in which we're going to be doing this morning. Let me ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves. Many of you will know them, but for all of you in the room, it's important that they get their bio right rather than just relying on me. Andrei Gorshkov.
Morning. My name is Andrei Gorokhov. I'm heading investment company, local investment company. We have a portfolio of around 500 mil. We invest in mining, in waste management, and various industrial technologies. Portfolio is growing, and let's have a nice discussion. You're next.
Vladimir.
Very good morning to all of you. My name is Volodymyr Lovrenchuk, and I am CEO of Raiffeisen Bank Haval. The bank is known as the biggest international bank in Ukraine, the biggest Austrian investment in Ukraine, and we have pleasure to serve 2.5 million clients all over the country. How can I contribute to the discussion? I'm thinking mostly about our clients' behaviors and clients' appetite for investments, and that's probably why I look forward to share our experience at the operating bank in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. Dominique.
Hello, everyone. I first came to the Soviet Union 45 years ago. So I spent 28 years in the region, including 14 in Ukraine, and I'm a member of the board of Ukrosi Bank, BNP Paribas, where we have also EBRD as an investor. And so as such, not only being a member of the board, I'm also covering most of the other ex-socialist republics.
Peter.
Good morning, everybody. Peter Latos. So I'm head of advisory at KPMG in Ukraine. I've been here since October of last year. So my role is advising clients on their mergers and acquisitions, consulting, and risk consulting aspects of the business in Ukraine. And I spent about 15 or more years advising clients on mergers and acquisitions around the world.
And you're going to spend more time here?
Yes, so I'm based here permanently, yes.
Okay, Vasil.
So my name is Vasil Hudak. I'm Vice President of the European Investment Bank. European Investment Bank is the bank of the European Union, so our shareholders are 28 member states of the European Union, 28 until March next year.
We assume.
We'll see after Brexit. We are quite a large investor in Ukraine. Since 2007, we have developed a portfolio of almost 6 billion euro and support both public and private sector, primarily public. I'm partly Ukrainian, my father is Ruthenian, so happy to be here.
Francis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francis Malige. I'm based here in Kyiv, the managing director for the European Bank and Reconstruction and Development Operations in a region that includes Ukraine, but also interesting places like Moldova, Belarus, and the 3 countries in the Caucasus. We are the largest investor in Ukraine, more than 12 billion invested since we were created. We're the same age as Ukraine. We were created in 1991. We have on this panel 2 banks with whom we are shareholders and 1 which is a shareholder with us. So I think we are very well connected in this panel.
Thank you. Say again. You better use the microphone so everyone can hear you. 1 family, I think you said. I'm going to come to you all in a moment, and I'm going to ask particularly Francis and others to set the tone in a moment. But I think it's worth mentioning, here we have on the front page of the FT 2 days ago, BlackRock, of all people or organizations, investors' anxiety as inflows plunge to 2-year low. And that's the kind of context, even though other banks are not saying the same thing, but that's the kind of context in which we're having this discussion. Now, I would like to come to anyone. Does anyone want to come in at the moment saying, this is the question I really want answered? Because what we want to do in the next hour and 15 minutes is work out how to match requirements of investors to projects or projects to investors. Why is there still a lack of investors, even though Peter reminded me that there's been a 30% increase in the last year, but from a low base? Investors saying there are not such good projects here in Ukraine, partly because there are poor business plans quite often. The basics of how you get investors interested, the mechanics of it, and the common errors that Ukrainian business is making when trying to involve foreign investors. And the issue of affordable financing as well, given the kind of interest rates we've been seeing, particularly here. Does anyone want to come in at this stage and say, that's my burning question? Or are you all going to remain passive? I give you that invitation. I'm going to keep offering it to you. Don't think that it's just at the end of the session. We have 2 microphones, so please feel you can come in. Now, Francis, can I just ask you for your assessment of investment? Given that you work for the EBRD, but there are 5, as we stated in a recent document from the EBRD, there are 5 very clear ambitions that you've set for Ukraine.
We've actually just published, it's on our website, so it's easy to find, a new country strategy for Ukraine. We do country strategies every 5 years, so no inspiration from the Gosplan, but it's a 5-year strategy with 5 priorities. It's actually, for us, returning to normal. And I would like to insist with that because...
What do you mean by that?
Well, the previous country strategy in Ukraine was supposed to expire in 2014, and we actually let it expire without replacing it because of the crisis that came after the Maidan. And so we moved into what's called a crisis response mode, which means that we had different ways of working. We didn't essentially spend the time coming up with an elaborate strategy. We said it's time to fix things. Our clients do not need strategies at the time. They needed short-term working capital finance. And if you don't have short-term working capital finance, there's no point in having a strategy because you're going to be dead before you can have your strategy. So we worked on the restructuring of the energy sector. We worked on the restructuring of the banking sector. The banking sector 4 years ago was a basket case of pocket banks. This is largely gone now. This is essentially gone. And so we decided last year that it was time to go back to normal. And Ukraine is, I think, to a large extent back to normal, notwithstanding what the good folks at BlackRock are saying. I think if you see flows of capital going out, this is not long-term capital that's going out. I think this is the hot money that is financing a number of emerging market economies. I don't deny that this is a problem for the funding equation in some of these countries for the large corporates and for the sovereigns. But what we're interested in and what we're focusing on is the long-term investment. And Ukraine suffers from a lack of long-term investment, and there's a very, very strong link between prosperity, meaning GDP per capita, meaning people wanting to stay in this country, by the way, and productivity. There's no GDP growth if there's no productivity growth. There's no productivity growth if there's no investment. And there's no investment if there's no welcoming investment climate. And so to some extent you actually have a very, very direct link, like a chain with a few links, between the fight against corruption and the prosperity of the Ukrainian people. And that's what matters to us rather than the flows of capital coming in and out on a short-term basis. And that's where our 5 strategies are geared towards. We want to work on the competitiveness of the economy. We know that there's still a lot of assets that are state-owned and that are not performing as they should, either as an asset or for the good of the Ukrainian people. You know, there's and unfortunately, actually, a lot of these state-owned enterprises are run by private interests that didn't pay the price for them. There you have issues with competitiveness in agriculture, which we want to invest in. You have issues with the integration of Ukraine with the neighboring countries. Yes, there's been a free trade agreement with the EU, but an agreement is just a possibility. You then need to find the ways to export your products into the EU markets. And to do that, for most cases, you actually need good roads and railroads, for
Let's
example.
keep on investment for the moment.
Yes.
Can I just, and before I go to Vasil for the EIB view, but when you look at those 5 points, there's an explicit kind of alert and concern here about there's got to be increased competitiveness, there's got to be good governance, there's got to be proper public governance, in your words, making the financial sector more resilient.
Yes.
Promoting the rule of law, fair competition and support for companies that use best practice. Those are fundamental, they are profound elements of good investment. And by saying that much of that is an ambition, suggests it's still a problem.
Well, it suggests that there's room to improve, yes. You know, there's clearly anybody who's tried to drive between Odessa and Mykolaiv realizes that interconnection starts with roads you can pass without breaking your back. You know, and so, anybody who's trying to export grain in a high season finds that actually, you know, wagons are a rare commodity. And so, yes, investment is needed in infrastructure, investment is needed in good governance. You do have situations where people are, at the end of the day, it's individual decisions. Entrepreneurs, one after the other, are turning the corner when they realize that behaving in a modern way without paying bribes, without cutting corners, is gaining them profits, loyalty from their employees, market share, ability to access finance, and so on and so forth. And in any emerging country, you start from a situation where it does not matter to do these things to a situation where everyone understands that it matters to do these things. And in Ukraine, we're somewhere along the way. And so the job is not done, but that doesn't mean that the country doesn't progress.
Thank you. Vasil, your view from the EIB about the investment climate here?
Well, I think we have to take kind of balanced view. Those who were yesterday at the start of this conference, there was the video about the situation in Ukraine, very, I would say, optimistic and positive video, but it had some very important
would you say
messages.
ambitious? Ambitious.
And ambitious as well, which is I think good. I mean, we need to be ambitious. It's part of the competitiveness element. But I think it showed that Ukraine is growing, that there is a positive momentum on the business side, and that there are good things developing. Now the question is, of course, is the full potential of Ukraine utilized? And I think the question is not. Why it is so? There are different reasons. What we see now growing is unfortunately an increased influence and intervention, I would say, of the politics into economy. This is very much due to the upcoming elections next year. It will be an important year for Ukraine and for Europe as a whole. I met this morning with the CEO of Ukrenergo, and you may have seen that the basically process which was agreed as part of the corporatization process of Ukrenergo, unbundling, etc., is basically being reversed. So it's just one example how these things can happen. Now, in terms of the capital, availability of capital, emerging markets, etc., I think that we still have enough global capital flowing around. It's the question of what conditions a country can create to attract such capital. In case of EIB, just take one fact into account, which is the fact that we have around 3 billion euro of signed contracts with different Ukrainian entities, mostly public entities, ministries, government, which is not being utilized. So basically 3 billion euro, which is sitting somewhere on the accounts, but not being translated into real projects in the economy. And I believe this situation also is many other IFIs. So there is money available. We need projects. We need public sector which will be able to quickly move on the implementation of these projects.
But let me push you. What's the challenge? What's the challenge out there, Vasil? If there's 3 billion available, why isn't it being taken up?
Good question. We had a discussion about this yesterday with the Prime Minister, with Volodymyr Hrojsman. And I mean, it's partly on our side as well. I think the international community has to admit that we have sometimes such rigorous and conservative requirements in terms of the procedures, legal aspects, etc., that we don't move ourselves quickly enough. But I would say 2/3 of the guild is on the Ukrainian side. And reasons are different. One is the very long procedure of administrative approvals. So basically you need to talk to the Vedomstva, you need to talk to the relevant sectoral ministries, agree with them, then it goes to Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance has to bring it to the government, then it has to go to Parliament, then to President for the approvals. It's a very long process where you can kind of stop this and slow down the process at different levels. So this is the administrative procedure, which is very cumbersome. Not enough incentives on the side of state bureaucrats. I mean, why would somebody in the Ministry of I don't know, Infrastructure worry about some projects which are financed, let's say, by EIB somewhere in Mykolaiv, if you know, I get paid $150 to $200 per month, and so what's that for me? And I think this is an important issue what I see here, and what was also clearly seen yesterday in the presentation, is that the business side, the private sector in Ukraine is growing, is becoming very dynamic, innovative, driving force for Ukraine and for its economy. But I think the public sector is still very stagnant. And I think until we restructure the private sector, make it much more agile, or at least interested in the interests of Ukraine itself, we will not be able to move forward.
You're both lucky you don't have to stand for election, and therefore you can talk very openly about the realities. And this could happen in many countries, including the country where I come from, and including where you come from, in Slovakia. There's always the political pressure at the moment. So it's not unique to Ukraine. But to put it bluntly, how much do you fear that the necessities of what need to be done for creating an investment climate are going to be held back by the electoral campaign, Francis?
Let me give you an example from another country that I'm in charge of, Armenia. Okay, there's been a change in political power in April, and the Prime Minister has launched into a campaign to fight corruption. But he's actually put people in jail. Law enforcement has gone and raided the offices of the most powerful person in the country. And there was an election for the municipality of Yerevan last month. His party got 81% of the vote. He's now standing for election in front of his compatriots for parliamentary elections. Let's see.
So what's your view?
My view is that if you're actually fighting corruption, it wins votes.
Vasil? Not just corruption, but the importance of democracy, but it can actually hold back the economic potential.
Well, I think one thing was mentioned yesterday, which was very good, which was the statement that unless domestic Ukrainian investors start investing heavily in Ukraine itself, you cannot count on big inflow of foreign investment. And when you look at the countries around, from Poland down to Slovakia, Hungary, and the new EU member states, you would see that the economic growth actually is driven by domestic consumption and domestic investment.
So that's the challenge for them?
That's the challenge for the Ukrainians. I mean, you have to, if you don't invest into your own country, you cannot expect outsiders to invest into the country itself. And I think that that's why the conditions have to be created so that local investors, Ukrainians, feel comfortable investing in their own country.
That's quite a challenge. Okay, does anyone want to come in? I'm going to open it up to others now on the panel, but I wanted to hear from the two international institutions here about their assessment. And there's a very clear challenge. You've got to invest. Anyone want to come in just to contribute to what we should be talking about? I'll keep coming to you. So, and attract the attention of one of the ladies with the microphone if you want to speak while we're on the platform. So let's open this up. Yes, indeed. I mean, do you recognize what we're talking about?
Well, since I represent a local investor, I would say that we need like small thing as capital, right? And in order to continue our conversation, I think I prefer to get where we started, from a quoting of BlackRock from Financial Times, right? With which you started, Nick. And there are a couple of issues. First, we've got to understand that BlackRock is the biggest asset manager, managing trillions of dollars, having thousands of investors, including pension funds, which are very conservative. And there is a global context also. There is uncertainty globally in terms of what would be happening in the nearest future. For example, Morgan Stanley is predicting that there would be some sort of macroeconomic global correction in year 2020. And when there is uncertainty and globally investors worry, definitely they de-risk. And that is why emerging market index decreased 20% compared to year 2017. And there is some worry. And that is why there is a lack of capital for emerging markets. And Ukraine is one of them. And just keep in mind that, unfortunately for now, we are 81st in global competitiveness index. And unfortunately for now, we're 76 in easiness of doing business. and unfortunately we lag behind Eastern European countries. So there is a competition, and for now we lose that competition. But reforms are there, and there is progress, and Francis clearly said that. And yes, we are slow in that, but still, that's our pace, and there is effect that within 4 years we've done more than in previous 20. So
but
that's
let me pick up on what Vasil said in particular. You know, it's up to Ukraine to invest. Don't just rely on the foreigners and the foreign investment. You run an investment company, UNG.
Right, but
is that doable?
Right, but when you do three types of projects like greenfield, brownfield, or pure private equity M&A, you need either co-investment and equity from the side of other investors, or you need debt, right? In order to get that, for example, many companies in Ukraine go to EBRD, and Francis, I think, mentioned 12 billion, right, number. And that's the biggest investor and the biggest help in terms of money and expertise, and also political facilitation and some sort of protection in terms of risk which exists.
But EIB says there's 3 billion on the account, but it's not being used at the moment.
Yeah, and they're looking for good projects, and that's one of the issues, because in order to comply with their demands, you've got to do a lot of things, and it takes around 1 year, I believe, or more, to get finance.
But that should be no surprise. No one's going to just hand out money.
Sure, that's why you've got to be patient and working on getting capital in the way needed, either from EBRD, IFC, or OPIC, or other investors coming to a market. And we see, for example, green energy sphere, where 2.7 billion have been invested since 2012, and more billions are coming actually to market, because a state has created proper incentives for investors to come. EBRD and the other international organizations supported that trend because they realized importance of being independent in terms of energy, and where there is a turmoil worldwide, there is a question in terms of emerging markets, and still billions are coming, right?
All right. Now, Peter, you make your money out of giving advice. What advice are you giving?
Well, I mean, I just want to agree with what Andrei said. You know, the country has come a long way in 4 years in terms of reforms. You know, M&A activity, which is just one investment instrument, clearly, but M&A activity is up by over 30% this year in terms of value of investments in the first 9 months of the year. The number of deals is up by 60%, and that's fundamentally being driven...
But from a low base?
From a low base, absolutely. But it's being driven by the domestic market. So there is investment by Ukrainians in Ukraine, and also by internationals. You know, international M&A in the country's inbound investment is also up by over 30%, and the number of deals up by about 70. So, you know, we continue to see international investors coming. I mean, Andrei's absolutely right. Renewables is one of the key areas where they're coming to invest, and also in agriculture. But as Francis said, there's need for investment in the infrastructure to really free up the routes to market for agricultural products as well.
But let's be pragmatic. When we hear from the EIB 3 billion available in euros, and we also hear the problem about bad business plans and not understanding what's really needed, what advice do you give? What kind of quality of applications do you see, or submissions?
Well, this is the challenge. So clearly where some of the money is going into, the businesses have historically operated, particularly SMEs, in a less transparent manner, let's put it that way, which is just not going to be acceptable for securing funding from either EBRD or
Do they
IB.
understand how they have to change?
Well, this is part of the challenge, is we need to help our clients and the businesses to understand how to change, yes.
They know they've got to.
They understand if they want the investment they need to. The question is about timing. You know, cash in the hand today is clearly more important to some than the prospects of earning tomorrow. But equally, on the other side of that, we need to help the international community to understand this is reality of business in the country.
Dominique, what are you seeing in terms of the change of culture to make sure that investors can be attracted? I mean, Peter was pretty blunt there, saying that, well, he wasn't quite as blunt as maybe he could be, which is, you know, there's a serious problem of a mindset here of what the conditions are for attracting investment and what you have to do for it.
I have to be careful because my neighbor is also one of our main competitors. So,
He will understand.
And we have another shareholder here. So,
but you're among friends. You're among friends.
Don't worry. Don't worry. I think if you look, there is, and we discussed it over coffee. You have to remember, Ukraine used to be part of the Soviet Union. This is the only part of the world that had more than 70 years of a different system. So it had to be built from scratch. That's very important. When you compare with Poland, with Slovakia, etc., the period of communism or socialism was smaller. So you could draw on the diaspora. It's also true that, under the Soviet Union, everything belonged to everybody. Splitting the property is a key question. Who owns what? So we need strong foundations. You're not building a building on moving sands. So we need these strong foundations. And there are many questions still on that. We're moving on the right direction, but I cannot state today that 100% is right. We are on a long road, and we need to continue. There is something new, which you mentioned from the article of the Financial Times, if you look. In the years 2000, after the Twin Towers destruction, all the central banks put a lot of money in the system. And therefore, if you compare to the situation like 10 years ago, where people were exuberant, people are more risk adverse today. There was a period where everybody didn't really pay attention. Everything was free. You can go to any country. You can invest in any country. And basically, it was easy to find money. After that, 10 years ago, we had Lehman Brothers. As a consequence of Lehman Brothers and as a consequence of all the various scandals or issues that affected the financial sector, we got to be a lot more compliant. Compliance, reviewing where the money is coming from. Transparency is key. We are a lot more selective when we used to be, and I believe it was actually the only way. So Ukraine has to place itself in front of potential investors. Remember, we are the biggest French investor in this country. So we're not only seeing investments coming, we're also one of the key investors.
But what are you seeing on quality of applications, quality of submissions, picking up Peter's point, picking up Vasil's points as well?
Look, there is an improvement, but we're still lacking good projects.
Is it the projects or the submission?
Both. Very often people have learned how to make glossy business plans. I wouldn't say like, this is a wonderful place. So you go back 25 years ago, we would not be sitting in a place like this. So it's made to attract people. But you still need a sound business plan, which is not a piece of paper that looks nice. Behind a business plan which has been reviewed by KPMG at the end, I am signing off 1 million, 10 million, $100 million of investment. And I need to be careful. I need to be comfortable that, in 1 year, 5 year, 10 year, that investment is not going to be taken. I'm not talking about financial investments. I'm not talking about short-term money coming in and out. We're talking here about real industrial projects. So you need to be comfortable with this. And at the end, this is a judgment that you have to ask yourself when you sign the contract.
Let me go to Vladimir. Do you want to add anything here, Vladimir?
Thank you very much. I have 2 comments plus as a response to previous discussion. And first one, I'd like to start with a statement that unless Ukrainians will massively invest, FDI will come very selectively. In selective areas or selective segments, what is ongoing, but that we can't expect more than ongoing, to my opinion. There is a lack of capital. And after 2 crises, 2008-9 and 2014-15 in Ukraine, the capital of Ukrainians dried up. Of millions of people, their savings dried up because of massive crisis, the deepest crisis, and then devaluation, which is on a very high rate. So there is no clear solution or easy solution where a bank could leverage on what capital, right? And income and salary level is being increased last year by 25%, and we have see this and we see this trend very positively, but still the lack of capital is very obvious. So this is a topic which is a word, but we can't expect immediately effect aside of regulation or stimulus on taxation. Simply there is a certain shortage of money.
Vladimir, can I just be clear?
Give me a chance.
Yeah, but can I just be clear? I want to clarify something you said a moment ago,
Please.
at the beginning of your remark, about what the EIB said about it's up to Ukrainians to lead on this and set a tone. Are you saying that's correct or not?
Yeah, I would agree very much. Yeah, but I'd like to now to comment another area is the conditions for investments in Ukraine, and I have investors in Vienna, and we have well-known country risk statement that many things are not clear, and based on my experience, there are three main topics of investors' reservations for Ukraine. Number one is the predictability of regulation. In this area, I would say Ukraine is quite okay, as this, not independent of next elections, all leading politicians proclaim the EU integration as a strategy for Ukraine. So here is quite okay. Next one is what I've written here is property rights protection. And property rights protection is the issue which on the top priority. The actions are doing are in the right direction. The puzzle will create a picture, but I don't know when. But number of laws and regulation in this direction is done. For investors, it's not enough, right? This is clear. And number three is financial stability. And that's where I have more numbers and more comments on this. So we could say today that Ukraine, after deepest crisis, 2 crises in a row, does have certain financial stability. This certain financial stability widely discussed and widely commented based on 2019 foreign debt payments, which clearly could make influence on this stability. National Bank of Ukraine implemented high rates for money market. This price we all pay, squeezing the financing of number of industries for mid and long-term financing in local currency. And that's what we, at this stage, what we can present to investors as good conditions to start many of new projects in Ukraine.
Thank you.
If you ask me to summarize what I was saying, I would say in three areas, what is a critical value for investors, in all three there are positive developments, but in 2019 we'll have still number of issues that will prevent massive investments in Ukraine.
Thank you. And I'm going to come to you one moment. Does anyone want to come in yet with a question? We are all speaking English, but we can take questions in Ukrainian or Russian. So please, if you do want to come in or challenge or raise something else, please, let me get the microphone here. I'll come to you in one moment, if I may. I don't want long speeches. I'll come to you in one no.
Всім доброго дня. Я на українській мові.
Excuse me. One moment. Just keep the microphone for the moment. Andrei.
Yeah, I would like to make 2 points. First, on projects, and other on culture and mentality. So in terms of projects, there are a couple of examples. Let's say IT industry, which is pretty popular, developing rapidly in Ukraine, exporting more than 3 billion services, IT services worldwide. There is a venture named Grammarly. It's a software. and they recently raised $110 million in order to continue development of that software. Several years ago, we had a sale of Ukrainian venture named Luxury for $150 million to Snapchat. Then we have various examples in renewables when Ukrainian investors prepared ground and then foreigners came and bought infrastructure and then built on that, or there was a joint venture, like 51% controlling stake to foreign investor and 49% to local one. So there are projects and there is capital coming, but specific conditions which have to be met in order for those capital to come have to be met. Otherwise, capital won't be there. In terms of culture and mentality, Ukraine is not unique in challenge in getting proper culture and mentality in terms of investment and culture. And there are many countries worldwide which in the past got into global economy. For example, 150 years ago, Japan. Recently, I would say 20, 30 years, China. And all of them, and many other countries, Poland also, what they did, they created agents. So the first, agents and incentives. Agents, I mean people who were coming from abroad to work short and mid-term, while local guys are getting that mentality and training elsewhere, usually abroad. And Ukraine have started that process. Again, let's say, for example, IT industry. A lot of IT specialists went abroad or worked here for international ventures, and then they decided to make their own when they got proper training. So I believe everything is feasible. It's just a work, strategy, and discipline have to be there in order to get to sweet spots.
All right, let me do it.
Give me a minute, please. I'd like to protect Ukrainian mentality. In 2005, here is Ruslan Spivak, my colleague, who developed a commercial mortgage product, which was a good leverage for entrepreneurs to provide them financing, long-term financing for their capital they have, and number of companies all over the country in Ukraine, not only western part, which was usually in this tradition, but all over Ukraine was decades of thousands. So we saw a number of SME, micro companies appeared each next week in our bank, knocking the door, provide me with a commercial mortgage. And this was great to see. So I would say, I think that the issue of mentality is somehow underestimated. So in the conditions when leverage is offered and strategy is clear, this in 2005-06 was quite clear strategy of development of the country, this was very fast implemented and developed. So in existing conditions, what I mentioned before, after two crises, to revolution and current war, clearly that's different to 2005-06. But that's not the issue of mentality.
All right, I'm going to come to you in a moment, but I want to just pick up on Vladimir's point about financial stability. Let's get a reality check from the EIB and the EBRD. Given that on the 4th of October, the World Bank says investor confidence in Ukraine is held back by delays in key reforms and the IMF program. But this issue of financial stability and the real financial pressures in 2019, how much is that going to be a constraint on investors, Francis?
I think the key constraint is about the uncertainty. I think one of the fun parts of doing business in Ukraine is that I've observed that the negotiation actually starts a few moments after the last deadline has passed. And that is very specific to Ukraine, I must admit, having done business in other countries as well. And so that's what we're seeing right now. But the problem is that this is an approach that actually brings a little bit of collateral damage in the sense that, well, then there's a number of people that are going to delay their decisions because they don't know what's the future. And clearly, cooperation with the IMF is essential for the stability of the country, for the monetary stability of the country. The longer this drags on, the longer the investment decisions are going to be dragging on.
So it is a constraint.
It will be, but you know, at some point, the purpose of the IMF, I think, is to make sure that it becomes not necessary to work with the IMF. Meaning, at the end of the program, the country should be able to go on the markets, borrow money, and so on and so forth. Today it's difficult. It's difficult because other emerging countries are not in great shape either, and so the markets are difficult. And so, of course, it's a difficulty for investment. Now, this being said, you do see people coming in and wanting to invest. I'd like to say to what Vasil said about the undisbursed amounts, this is a public sector-focused problem. We do not have disbursement issues, either the EIB or us, actually, with the private sector projects. So there's a problem with this kind of 3 billion portfolio. We have a couple of billion as well that we'd like to disburse faster, but this is for public sector projects. Private sector is thriving, and people that are here, I actually suspect that some of the investors that are in this country spread the word that it's super difficult to do business here because they don't want others to come and discover that there's money to be made. We're making money in Ukraine. We have, despite the crisis and everything, and we're very happy with our investments here.
The EIB view on the financial stability issue here, when the IMF says that no funds have been received since April 2017. In other words, there's still that sense of constraint.
Nick, before I go to this, I just want to underline what Francis mentioned, that this undisbursed money is really related to public sector projects. Projects which we have is private companies in Ukraine are actually going very well, very fast, and we see a lot of dynamism there. The public sector is the stumbling block. If we are talking about, for example, framework loans for regional development, we have 400 million framework loan, which is supposed to help to modernize public transport, waste management, etc., in regions, municipalities, and this is going very slowly, and I mean, there are different reasons which I already mentioned. But going to financial stability, obviously capital needs stability, predictability, and protection. And so if this is not available, then the capital and investments would not move. Now we have discussion about the budget in Verkhovna Rada. It's a very important discussion because there are different elements, not only from IMF, but also from the international community, from the European Union, about the structure of the EU budget and about also political consequences of such structure, including, for example, corporatization of some of the state-owned enterprises. And you know, I think this stability, predictability is one of the typical Ukrainian phenomena, which is that you have the right declarations, the right statements by officials, etc., but then the reality goes a different way.
Peter.
And this is the instability, this is the unpredictability which hampers the investments.
Yes, so I completely agree that this is a public sector issue. In the private sector, we're seeing the investment flows, but we do need to get clarity from the government in terms of what is happening in the public sector. You know, we've just seen again the privatization process has stalled once again, which is one of the clear objectives of the funding that's coming. And you know, that is going to start to have an impact on the sentiment that international investors will have and domestic investors in terms of what's happening in the country. There needs to be clarity for investors about what the long-term objectives are.
Thank you. Right, your question, please.
Всім доброго дня. Компанія
Good afternoon. I've got the question to all of the panel participants. So what are the acting factors for that private business which you are mentioning about? I'm the representative of the private business. So how can we make the interest rates decreased for the private banks? Because every day we face the challenges, every day we face them, and we want to be sure in the tomorrow. That's why we need funding, additional funding, I mean. Thank you.
Interest rates. Dominique. Wave your magic wand. What is going to happen on interest rates?
Look, normally there is an equation that links the interest rate to inflation. And as inflation lowers and as expectations of inflation are lowering, interest rate on average should go lower. By the way, there is something that affected interest rates in this country greatly, was the nationalization of Privat. Because before that, Privat was controlling 30% of the deposits, and they were paying a very high rate of interest on these deposits. So I think we get, at the moment, step by step, a lowering of the interest rates. This is not as rapid as we want. We would love to have lower interest rates. All of us, believe me. But in order to do so, well, we have the elections next year. We have an open question. We have an open question on where are we with the IMF. And that does not depend on me, doesn't depend on Volodymyr either. So I'm not going to propose or to tell you tomorrow is going to be beautiful, but once these two major steps are done, I really trust that the interest rates will continue to lower.
Do you believe that will happen?
I believe it will happen, but my question is not to believe or not to believe. You know, my private faith is something different. As an investor, as a member of the board, we have to take decisions. So we accompany this. I think the interest rates we charge together with Raiffeisen, by the way, if you look at most of the foreign banks, they propose lower interest rates than other banks. I will not discriminate between the other banks, but in general, the international banks present in this country have, promote stability, and with stability, we also promote lower interest rates. Now we wait good projects. We wait people we can trust. We wait people we know where they made the money, and we go back in time. You know, if you propose to me to open a casino, I'm sorry, it's not my business. If you propose to me to open a new factory making cheese or whatever, we can talk.
Thank you, Volodymyr. I should tell you, there are a good number of people with their hands up now, so we have a lot to squeeze in.
I will try shortly. I have a comment and I have a picture. May I ask to switch on the screen, the picture? Yeah. So that's to support what was mentioned before, these lines with money market price, interest rates, and inflation now is spreading, which is not in normal situation should be. And you see a picture, our next picture is, so it reminds me jaws of shark.
Can we change the picture, please?
Yes, this picture is that. So, as is jaws positive or negative, I believe many people in this audience know that positive, negative jaws is important for the company as well as for the country. So, we have a growth of salary, of income of population, which is very good. Income is growing. Costs, inflation is now 1 digit, or 11, 12 is below the growth of salary. This money should support business. So business should grow faster. It's not happened. So for this reason, stimulus for business will give us a result in a few years probably, but we see it not immediately now. My understanding that the country should provide more services and products now. And my priority is land market to be opened, not only for this reason, but this reason is one more additional argument that money should have address to be located in Ukraine. And land market will make leverage for land mortgage and will make area for people's investments with a growing income. Thank you. And this will move pricing down. Thank you.
Andre, interest rates.
Yeah, interest rates. So first, if you expect cheap money, forget about it. Why? Because Ukraine is a part of global world, right? And their trend is different. There is increase in price of money. Look at US and IFRS there, they're increasing their rates. So if you ask me what to expect more expensive debt in the nearest future. That's first thing. Second thing, if you are asking about where you're gonna take capital from in order to develop, at a quicker pace, that's another question. You have two options as far as I understand. Well, actually three. The first one, take the debt which local banks provide to you, or try to find international debt, but I doubt considering the industry where you are in at the moment as a company. Second, look for co-investment, internal or external. People love these days, I mean, investors, if you have a proper company to invest, that's a product, right? What do you produce? What's your segment? Okay. So that could be attractive if it's a good project, if you prepare a good business plan and investment theses for investors. And the third thing, just grow organically at the pace, at the speed which you can afford right now, and wait for better times in terms of cheaper capital. That's it.
Thank you. Please, you've got the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Viktor Skrzyszowski. I'm an economist. So as for the interest rates, Ukraine will never have low interest rates, even if inflation will be zero, if we don't have rule of law and protection of the property rights, because everything will be spent, all of the interest rates will be the risk assessment and the risk size. And now two figures as for the topic we are having today. We're speaking about the investments, and these are the fresh data of the National Bank. During the 8 months of the current year, foreign direct investments into Ukraine have decreased 1.5 times in comparison with 8 months of the last year, and they are the tiny sum of $1 billion. This is the level of the end of the 90s, that is minus 20 years. Knowing that the outflow of the capital from Ukraine to the offshores, according to different assessments, is approximately $5 to $10 billion, which is, by the way, approves the sentence that unless the Ukrainian investments don't come back and don't come to Ukraine, we shouldn't wait for any foreign direct investments. And a very short question to Mr. Hudak. You've said that 3 billion euro the signed contracts were, and this money is not used. I've got the question, what about the interest, the percent? Are they paid in time?
Microphone back to the person behind. Vasil, that particular question, the interest. What rate of interest do you pay on your own money?
Well, of course, we have the advantage of lending and having the cost of funding from outside of Ukraine. So we basically fund, and EIB is financed by placing our bonds, which is actually a large amount, around 70 billion euro per year in the international markets. And as a AAA institution, we have very low cost of funding, which we can transfer to the clients in Ukraine. So obviously our lending is at lower interest rate than what it is on the local market, and that's what we see as an added value of EIB in countries like Ukraine. But to the question of interest rate on those outstanding, non-utilized 3 billion euro, we actually don't charge any interest rates or any commitment fees, etc., on the money which is signed but still not utilized. So it's one of the things which we as International Development Bank actually contribute.
Thank you.
So Ukraine is not losing any money, but it's losing in terms of opportunity of utilizing the money for its economic growth.
Francis, let me pick up on that point, particularly what you talked about governance, that interest rates are not going to come down until there's better governance in this country. Given your 5 points, is he right? That until those 5 points in your new document are respected and there's clear action, it has to be accepted that high interest rates are a fact of life here?
Well, I'm not sure I would go this far. There certainly is a relation between, everything is linked in the end, right? Between the rule of law environment, the cost of doing business, and the level of interest rates, but it's not a direct relationship. I think very directly what you have, interest rates are a function of the balance of the state. The state needs to borrow. If you look at the balance sheets of the state banks today, there's much more government bonds than loans to actual clients. So the state needs money, and so therefore, you know, it's a bit like when everyone wants to buy tomatoes and there's not on the market, the price of tomatoes goes up. Okay, so you have the same with money. You know, the state needs a lot of money and it buys all of the money and there's not enough money for the others. That's called crowding out. Now, the other thing is, of course, there is an element of trust of the global markets into the macroeconomic stability of Ukraine. And I think the country has made a tremendous progress on that front. And so it's a matter of continuing with the sound policies that the central bank has.
But that's a contention, that until these issues are resolved...
I don't think it's true. I
Okay.
mean, it is a direct, the level of interest rates that businesses have to pay is a direct function of the macroeconomic policy of the central bank and of the good budget management of the government. If you have these two things, and of course, you're going to find it easier to manage the country better if governance is better in the state sector, because the money is going to go where it needs to go instead of going to go where it does not need to go or it should not go, okay? But, so to that extent, everything's linked. But the determining factors for the interest rates that this gentleman is paying and this gentleman is paying and we are charging to these companies is with the hands of the budget discipline of the country and the monetary policy of the country. And continuing with this and demonstrating, you know, people say there's a democracy, there's uncertainty in the elections. I say bravo. It's better that we don't know who's going to be the next president, all right? Not everybody can say the same thing, including in nearby countries, all right? So that's democracy and it's a good thing, okay? But what we need to demonstrate and what the country will show, I'm confident, within the next 6 months and more, is that whoever is the president, it doesn't transform the institution that the central bank has become that manages the finances of this country in a responsible manner.
Thank you. I think we have about 20 minutes to run. I'm going to come to you next. Does anyone else want to come in? Can we get the microphone here and a microphone here so you can see we're going to have a full 20 minutes. So calibrate your responses accordingly, please.
Thank you, Nick. My name is Sergei Evtushenko. I represent renewables industry. Our industry is growing fast, and on a daily basis we are working with banks and loans. And I have to say that we are not very much sensitive to interest rate. We are much more sensitive to a very important banking tool, which is a project finance. Without project finance, we are very much restricted and limited to a mid-sized project like 20, 30 million euros, not more. We cannot afford ourselves to do a bigger project. Even we are a mid-sized company, we are limited to a very mid-sized projects. And I even don't mention big infrastructural projects which does not have any chance without project finance. So this is probably a question to Ukrainian bankers. When do you expect this tool would be accessible for Ukrainian companies and for international bankers? How do you feel comfortable with this tool and project finance?
Thank you.
That's an issue for Ukrainian companies.
And I'm going to come there next. Please, Dominique, Vladimir.
At the beginning of my career, I did project finance. 10 years of project finance. And I remember the conferences at the beginning of perestroika on the question of project finance, so there's nothing new. Project finance needs a very elaborate legal system. Remember, the word credit comes from Latin. I've used it in many conferences. I'm sorry for the one who heard it. But credo, credis, credit is to trust. No trust, no credit, to make it simple. If you want something simple, which is the normal type of banking, which is, you know, based on the balance sheet and then you have a mortgage or some kind, that's normally easy. If you go in the project finance area, and I'm very, very careful, because there is a misunderstanding of what means project finance. Project finance in the world is usually a project which is minimum $100 million or $150 million. It's minimum. Otherwise, why? Well, just because the project is being repaid on the revenues you get from itself without sponsor that guarantee. The owners are not guaranteeing the project, okay? So you left with a tool which is producing something, and that's the only source of reimbursement. This is difficult. It's done only in major economies. We are not yet at this stage. I wish we can, because then, you know, my skills are more in demand. but we're far from it. EIB and EBRD could invest in this, but as a private banker, I would be strongly, I would say strongly conservative.
Thank you, Dominic. Can I just check with the others? Does anyone else want to come in? Vladimir or Andrei, quickly, and then EIB and EBRD.
Experience of our bank is negative. We lost money with project finance in the previous years, and it's difficult to find new arguments that environment becomes better, that we could look for more efficient projects. The same, or almost the same experience in the group in other countries. So this now not in the priorities that banks know what to adjust and how to change to ensure the efficiency of the project and to pay money back.
Thank you. Andrea, Peter, do you want to come in?
Well, you've mentioned that you're a medium-sized company in your renewables. I think you have a challenge in getting project finance either from local banks or international banks abroad. Look for co-investment, as others do, and also look for creative ways. I heard about the project. I'm not sure how successful it will be, but people are trying to be creative. They went to Belarus, established a company there, and tried to issue a token to investors in order to collect money there and then invest in building infrastructure in solar, I believe. I'm not sure that it will, be successful, but we'll see, like within a year, how much money they are going to collect there.
Thank you. Peter, do you want to come in? And then,
yeah, I mean, just the only thing to add is to consider the international investors who are here and increasingly coming in renewables. I mean, we are dealing with a number of international players in wind and solar projects, consistently at the moment.
And project finance.
Well, there is some project finance, but these are mainly strategic investors, so an opportunity to co-invest with a partner.
All right, Vasil and Francis, quickly on project finance.
Well, first of all, renewables is certainly in line with our priorities. We are one of the leaders of the overall fight against climate change, so this is an area where we are actively looking into also in Ukraine. Of course, with project finance, from the banker's perspective, you take risk on the project itself, which means you have to have a reliable partner, somebody who has the experience of dealing with such projects. You are committing long-term money to the project, so you have to have also trust in the regulations of the country itself. So it's a mixture of things. Where you have to rely on basically on the project itself and the return on the project. So overall, we ourselves, we are interested. We would have to look at the projects which are, because of the size of the bank, at the projects which are over 50, 60 million euro of the size, which is, on the other hand, not easy to find in Ukraine, with very reliable partners who have experience in this field. But we are open to this.
Francis, the principal.
Well, you can come to us for that size of projects, but you can also come to us with smaller projects. We do smaller projects. We have a large team on the ground to do them. The one thing I'd like to say, though, is sustainability is very important in projects because this is long-term money. And so if you have a solar power plant, don't come to us because right now, under the current feed-in tariff structure, there is no sustainability of any solar investment, and we're going to discontinue. I mean, we're going to continue what we have in the pipeline, but we're not going to accept any new solar projects until there is a better structure for the tariffs, essentially moving to an auction system in Ukraine. Because the tariffs, as they are produced, as they are today, make the entire energy market unsustainable in the next few years. And so we don't want to be helping people add more solar capacity at a time when this would only further the certain demise of the electricity market further down the line.
Right, a challenge to all the panelists. In 8 minutes, I want you to have 1 minute available and give one big takeaway for the audience on investment, the investment climate and global competition. Please at the back, and there's a gentleman here as well. And we're about 8 minutes from ending, and a lady here. So can you keep your remarks short, please?
Thank you. I will speak Ukrainian. So, my name is Volodymyr Vlasuk. I am the head of the company, of a research company which deals with the industrial development of Ukraine. And I'm one of those who believed in the renaissance of the industry of Ukraine. We had the period of industrial glory, but I would say that 18% of the rate is not a very nice indicator for the industrial renaissance of Ukraine, which makes the long-term investment for the projects totally impossible. I mean the refinancing rate. But I'd like to mention the different thing. Now we are dealing with the budget draft of Ukraine, and next year we'll have more than 11 billion of negative trade balance. And lots of money have to be spent for the external debt. Those are two factors which claim lots of dollars in Ukraine, which needs to be gained to pay those accounts. Запитання, будь ласка. So, still Ukraine involves to cover the deficit. As for the state bonds, for the 9%, the external debt. But we have internal currency reserves. So we have the deposit rates less than 0.5%. So the question for the present is, would it be right for this period to allow the internal currency loans to cover the needs of the currency according to the state? That would be cheaper than to take money from the foreign.
Question. Who wants to come in on that? We've got two other people who want to ask questions as well. Vladimir.
Я відповім з радістю українською мовою.
I will definitely answer in Ukrainian. The question is debatable. There are several points of view, and you know that in the programs of the politicians there are certain alternatives. As far as we understand, that the high interest rates is the payment, what we have to pay for the financial stability during a very complicated financial year. I mean the next one, 2019. If the financial stability is provided when we have such debts, we have to create new business models and to research them in more details. The majority of analysts just still base on the model which exists now. Point two, whether we can involve or not the funds of the state. Well, I would say this is the very high rate. It seems to me that it is being implemented now. As far as I know, the state banks want to implement that. I will name the example of 2009, Ukraine and Poland. Ukraine had the fall when we had the crisis. The economy had the decrease of 15%. Poland, in spite of what was going on in the world, had an increase of 3%. The main factor was the macroeconomic stability and partly financial stability. And there is a little detail. The Polish decided to have loans and crediting in the local currency. They didn't work with foreign currency deposit. It was the main factor. So if we do that, our risks could increase. And there are lots of other negative consequences, including investment consequences. I wouldn't play this game. It's too dangerous.
Else? No. 18% though seems inevitable. Please.
Hello. Alex David Bart, founder of Empire State Capital Partners. I've been trying to convince many foreign investors to come into Ukraine, and there was just the conversation about political cycle versus economic one. Just recently, we've had lots of delegations, and all the local experts, so to say, oh, you can't invest large sums before the presidential election. What are you, crazy? I want to find out your gentleman's opinion. How do we bluntly get the point across and hope that it's going to be correct, that in this new paradigm in Ukraine after the Maidan revolution, that there shouldn't be a direct correlation with each political cycle, that there will be a redistribution of wealth or any other thing such as this?
That's a hard one. Does anyone have a clear view at this? Peter?
I'm not sure it's necessarily a clear view, but I mean, all we can continue to do is to educate the foreign investors. You know, there is perception of what is going on in the country, then there's the reality. You know, I mean, I can tell you now that my pipeline that I have of international clients coming to invest in the country and wanting to conduct due diligence or have M&A advice is not slowing up. You know, the elections are coming, everybody knows that, but they're still coming to us for advice. So, you know, it's part of my job, it's part of everybody's job on this panel and everybody in this room to continue to promote Ukraine as an investment destination, to do that pragmatically, but to make sure that people really understand, you know, how to invest into the country and how to do that in a way which will protect them from the risks that do exist.
Francis and Vasily, you have to make these judgments. you come from, Vasil, we were talking earlier about the country you come from. You know, there are changes happening all the time at the moment. You say democracy is great. And of course, democracy is about people saying, that's what we believe, even if some people are shocked by what they then decide. But quickly, the principle of how countries can adapt to this, not just Ukraine.
Well, I think part of the answer is about building institutions. You don't have to have a complete upheaval of the entire organization of the country every time there's an election. Otherwise, you know what? In May next year, I'll be waiting for the next election before I invest, right? And when the next election is over, there's going to be another election. So the answer has to be, you have a strong rule of law, you have a strong central bank, you have a strong tradition of managing the public finances in the Ministry of Finance, you have a parliament that has a tradition to behave responsibly, and so on and so forth. And yes, you could say not all of these elements are combined in Ukraine at this point, but that's still what we need to do. We need to build institutions so that the democratic transition, the democratic alternance between one party and the other does not need to completely upend
point one in your 5 points is proper public governance.
Yes, but that's, yeah, absolutely, but that's, we don't mean that in the sense of the governance of the state itself. We mean that in the sense of governance inside state-owned enterprises. And that's why we've been investing so heavily to have proper boards of directors in companies like Naftogaz, Ukrzaliznytsa, and so on and so forth.
Vasil, this one critical issue of the linkage to political processes.
Well, I think you have to decrease the linkage between the politics and economy and business. Nobody's worried, for example, in France or I know in UK that the new government is coming and I'm not going to invest in the country because I'm waiting for the elections. So
hang on.
You have this difference. Okay, Brexit is certainly something, but that was a decision by your people, yeah, by the citizens.
I came to Kyiv and got reassurance. Wonderful.
Anyway, I think this is why you need to privatize, deregulate, you need to decentralize, basically to decrease the impact to which the politics can influence the business cycles.
There were politicians in Britain who reassured that the Brexit process would not destabilize the country. Please, last question, I'm afraid, and then we're going to go to each of the panelists.
Irina Kostyushko, company of Zoria. I have the question to Mr. Volodymyr. Volodymyr, our company dates back to 20 years when we are clients of your bank. In fact, we do like the service, but the only question, we have an agrarian company, so what do we need? If we need to take a loan, we know that we need something for that, but sometimes it's not enough to have funding for another project. So what else, what other tools can we use to take the loan? But if, unfortunately, our mortgage is not enough, Mr. Andriy wanted us to organically grow at our expense, but this growth can be very slow if we take only our financing. Thank you.
May need a private conversation afterwards, but...
The technical question to you, but maybe very short. The best mortgage, the best pledge is your nice business plan. If it is well proved, if it has a nice perspective, we'll definitely give you the loan without the mortgage. But you need to have financial indicators and a nice business plan. This is the basic rule of the banking sphere, and it goes without saying that mortgage or pledge is an additional tool. It's not the main one to take a decision on the loan. Thank you.
I've got to push you on this. A nice business plan. Nice is not a very technical word. Help us understand what you mean by a nice business plan.
Thank you for this round of applause. I'm working in the bank which belongs to the Austrian group, which is well known by its culture of methodologies and techniques, criteria of assessment, rankings. We have some of the assessments which are more than 100 of those indicators, 60 of them are quantitative, 40 are qualitative, which assess the company and its business plan. All of that can be methodologically explained and calculated. It's not that subjective. I just wanted to add 2 points. First of all, while unless you don't give the right covenants to the bank will not give you money. You understand that, we understand that, everybody understands that. But you shouldn't only grow at your own expense, because it's not an option. You want to have the rapid growth, then you can involve other investors into your company. If the shareholders agree, you will find a so-called alignment of interest, alignment of cultures and views onto the future. So there are lots of options, in fact. Well, knowing the mass interest of the technical questions, I will create an article in the newspaper to explain all of the interests and the quantity, everything what I mentioned above, because I believe in what I say.
We want you to leave with a degree of pragmatic optimism. Even if there are paradigm shifts, there are new normals, there are uncertainties in the business community, there are uncertainties in Ukraine, there are uncertainties in Europe, there are uncertainties throughout the world, there are unthinkables, unpalatables, the kind of project that I'm working on at the moment about how you think about that. So my challenge to the 6 panelists from 20 minutes ago was one big message. Let me start with Peter, and I'll end up with Francis at the end.
So my advice would be simple. If you're looking for international investment, is prepare yourself before you go and look for that investor. You know, the reason why we see deals fail is because the shareholders are not prepared to really take the steps that are needed to attract that investment. And that is about transforming the business and bringing transparency to it in most cases.
Thank you, Peter. Dominic.
Well, after Maidan, Ukraine signed a partnership agreement with the EU and signed a similar agreement with Canada. That opens huge markets. So Ukraine chose to adopt the European rules. Well, that's your chance. You've got to work on it, and you've got to adopt all the acquis. So the doors are open. It's up to you to qualify. It's a message of hope.
Andrei, 1 minute.
Я бы сказал так.
I would say the following. Knowing all of the hopes and expectations for the Western capital, which will definitely come to Ukraine to a certain extent, and it depends on us, you should hope for yourselves. You should count upon yourself, first of all. And when you're trying to search for capital for the development, you should understand whom you are applying for. Because without the proper understanding of the second part and its requests, you will never get the capital and you will never get that bright future you are dreaming of. Thank you.
Vladimir.
I would make this certain conclusion in the message. That is, Ukrainian business during the last 3 years has achieved incredible points, changing the supply markets from Russia to South Africa, Latin America and Europe in different branches. We renewed the capital, and what we hear now, we need more investments, more project finance, and it witnesses that we have long-term outlook. I'm really happy of that. And point 2, it seems to me that the reforms in Ukraine are going on. Mostly we are criticizing them, but we've done a lot to change the regulations. And point 3, we'll overcome 2019 and we'll have more money after that. Thank you.
Let's hear from both international institutions. Vasil, first of all, I mean, you have to live with this tension in every country you're dealing with. What's your advice, assuming you might come back this time next year? What would you like to be able to say has been achieved in the next 12 months?
Well, I've been coming to Ukraine for at least the last 20 years, and frankly, if you were at similar discussions 10 years ago, you would hear the same issues related to the business environment: lack of transparency, lack of rule of law, predictability, etc., etc. So these issues are known. What we need to see is the action on the government side. When I was minister in Slovakia and we had Greece crisis, there were interest rates over 20%, but Greece had to take very tough measures. And now the interest rates are under 5 to 3%, so as in the Eurozone. So this can be done. In Slovakia, in '98, interest rates were over 20% for the businesses. And now it's 1, 2%, 3% for the commercial deals. So this can be done, but unfortunately, you have to go through some tough measures. The government cannot behave only in a populistic way and always postpone some decisions which have to be done. I think discussion about the budget is very important. And on the business side, don't lose optimism. I think business has to go ahead. You do need to invest in the country. I think you vote by investing in the country itself, in Ukraine. And don't forget that competitiveness is about country, but it's also about the enterprise, and primarily about the enterprise. So if you invest into innovation, into your people, into your company, you will be competitive not only in Ukraine, internationally, you'll be able to grow, and we are here to help.
Francis, the EBRD view.
Well, you listed a number of things that we want to do, And I think it's a reflection that it's actually possible to do them. And there's not the same openness and the same ability to work with an IFI to transform a country in other countries where we work necessarily, not all of them. So I think the long list that you've listed in the beginning of this conversation is a testament to the number of things that the country has undertaken and is willing to consider. So my message is, one, the country is changing. Two, the change is done for and by the people of Ukraine. It's not done to please the IMF or the EBRD. And three, we're a happy investor. We are making profits, and we're looking for more people to invest in and to have a good, nice, whatever, technically good business plans to show to us in agriculture, in IT, in smart infrastructure. We want to add value to the agriculture of this country. So there's remarkable talent in this country, remarkable ideas, and if I come back next year, it won't be me in the same job, but if I'd like to see, one, EBRD doing more, but two, EBRD, my dream is that EBRD is not anymore the largest investor in this country, because some others have come. And we are larger, but some others have come that are even larger than us.
Thank you. We've had a very brusque and very informative dialogue. We've touched some very, very difficult issues, but what you should do from those last remarks is go away with a degree of bounce in your step, that actually there are blips, there are bumps, and that's the nature of economic and political life at the moment, but there's optimism and grounds for pragmatic optimism. So can I thank the panel? Can I thank you all, and particularly the questions, and the fact that you were able to stimulate the discussion as well, and thank you for inviting me as well. Thank you.
O. Другий. Третій. Четвертий. П'ятий.
Раз-два есть.
It does work. Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the second day of the Kyiv International Economic Forum. I will now have a very rapid...
Who don't speak Russian or Ukrainian, a housekeeping announcement, please do make sure you take the headphones, because we here at the panel, all Russian, Ukrainian speakers, we're going to be speaking in Russian, so those of you who need the translation, please make sure you take the headphones. Продолжу по-русски.
I will go on in Russian. So, first of all, I'd like to thank you that we are here at the second day. This is the high official, interesting and relevant, which is the most interesting and important thing, panel. So before we begin, I'd like to say that for this panel, we've decided to invent a voting. Let us see the voting on the screen. Our technical team will show it. As we are an innovative forum and company, we have two ways to vote. You can do that in the Telegram channel, because we have there a Kyiv bot in Telegram channel. You can go there, push the button voting, choose the panel and vote. Or you can go directly to the website of slido.com or slide.do, and don't forget to input the code #B919, where you'll get to the page and answer the question: which investors would you like to involve into your business? Ukrainian ones, foreign ones? It doesn't matter to you, or you are not trying to search for investors because everything is okay without that. And then just introduce yourselves. I'd like to communicate with you. I'm interested if you don't need investors. There will be voting during my introduction speech, so please come to Telegram or the website to vote. Our panel today has the name of Investments in the Turbulent World. And honestly speaking, the situation is really, I would say, a kind of a paradox one. Why paradox? Because all of the figures witness about the same thing. The world economy and the world wealth has never felt better as now. All of the indices are getting the top indicators. During the last 15 years, the world capital has increased 30 times. 30 times. The index, overall index of all of the markets of valuables of the world are having the highest positions during the whole history of our civilization. Still, beginning with the 1990, the most important index, that is the rate, the interest rate of the Federal Reserve of the US, is constantly, permanently decreasing. So we have more and more cheaper money in the world. If we, for instance, draw a graph of the economic growth of the markets, it will be from 1990 to 2017 going up only. There were certain dips, those are gaps during the dot-com crisis, internet crisis in the 2000s. And of course, there was the biggest dip in 2007, the financial credit crisis. Sometimes in 2014 or 15, but still there is a stable increase, and the interest rate of the Federal Reserve was constantly going down. There was the whole, cross on the graph. So there were more and more cheap money. It changed last year when the Federal Reserve began to increase its rate gradually, and this year it already went above the psychological threshold of 3%. The markets did not respond on that. The economic growth was going on, so the things which were mentioned during the plenary session by our speakers, that the last meeting of the World Bank, the IMF, is a bit of worried and concerned that maybe we're having the new bubble emerging, which would either burst or bring to certain recession. And the most important thing, that this growth which we are observing, including the last years, is taking place together with the rather serious geopolitical problems and issues and conflicts which are developing in the Russian-Euro-Atlantic relationship. We are in fact coming to the Cold Era. And from the point of view of the emerging markets, we saw huge consequences.
and the increase of the interest rate of the Argentinian bank because it lost half of the worth of its national currency because of the sanctions in Turkey. We have a very serious devaluation in this important market in the region, and you saw that it was reflected in August and September at our currency rate and also the equity rate of the national bank, which increased substantially. So here we have a very serious issue. What does it mean for the emerging markets? From the one point, on the one hand, a huge amount of capital and funds which are not only investing equity but private debt also, they need to put money somehow, otherwise they don't have business, it's not working. And if we're speaking about such giants as BlackRock, they are governing the portfolio of $6.5 trillion of dollars. Just think about this figure, $6.5 trillion of dollars. This is a huge amount of capital. We have to invest it, to allocate it, and still the risks are increasing, the rate is increasing, and the World Bank and the IMF say that you should be more careful and conservative to your investments. I really liked how the moderator of our plenary session, Nick Gowing, said that maybe they're trying to catch value which isn't there, where does not exist at all. So what should Ukraine do with that? Maybe this is an opportunity, or maybe this is the challenge for us. So we will speak with rather interesting participants who have a very diverse experience. I'd like to introduce all of them, first of all. To the right of me, you can see Vitaly Antonov, the president of PJSC concern Galnaftogaz, the biggest concern in Ukraine, which maybe you know. Then Boris Loshkin, who's an investor with a huge experience in Ukraine since 1994, and from the recent times, he's the vice president of the World Jewish Congress. Of course, we remember you thanks to your public service as the head of the presidential administration of Ukraine, and I think you have a very interesting perspective from the different points of view, both political and investors' points of view. Then Igor Lisky, chairman of the board of the group of companies Effective Investments. And Denis Stafintsev, senior partner and a member of the investment committee at Horizon Capital, the investment fund which has lots of big projects implemented in Ukraine. We are also partners in our project Biofarm, and we are really proud of that. And I'm Nicholas Timoshuk. I'm the Chief Executive Officer at U-Future Investment Group, which was founded by Vasyl Khmelnytsky, the Ukrainian entrepreneur. So the first question. Vitaly, first to you. What I told you, of course, is reflected at the energy resources. I know you've got lots of businesses and you have interesting perspectives in other businesses, but still, the oil price goes up, and especially for the emerging markets and developing markets, there is a certain threshold, and it can also impact the competitiveness of their products. But in your business, in the retail sales of the trade of the oil products, when we have an increase of the prices of the raw materials, do you consider it as an opportunity to expand investments, or vice versa? It impacts you, and you have to be very cautious about the investments during such periods. You know, I'd like to dwell on the previous topic, the previous question you've highlighted. These are global markets, because the oil price is the main for today and is still the main determining factor which influences all of that. What you mentioned about the dollar, its increase or decrease, its inflation, you didn't say about that, but still you meant that. So inflation of the dollar is the classics of the economic theory. It depends on the oil price. This is the more expensive oil is, the cheaper dollar is, and vice versa. So if today we have a turbulence epoch, it is catalyzed by the fact that the oil price is not increasing that quickly, and we can see the stable increase now. And the conclusions are the following. The dollar is becoming cheaper, so the investments in the world into the business are facilitating, strengthening, and increasing. So when dollar is cheaper, you want to invest it as quick as possible. And all of this process for today is a bit regulated, adjusted, that the oil price is not increasing that quickly. I'll emphasize that again. Maybe because the carbon era is going to the past. It's just vanishing. And this is the factor which is the regulating link of all of this process. So as for us, it's understandable that when the dollar is becoming cheaper, you'd like to invest. But the investments into the turbulent world have the threat of the turbulence of your own wallet. So that's why we are making it really carefully. All of those directions of work which we feel very well and know very well, we go on to invest there. We are working to expand. And we are expecting those service products, as for our main company, those service products and that quality of services, which for today has already been achieved, but still there is something to improve. We are opening new niches, we are opening new markets, and we are foreseeing the requirements of the customers. We would like to guess, to foresee, to forecast, and to satisfy beforehand. I mean, our customers, of course. Thank you. But besides your main business, you've got some other different businesses. So in the current environment, do you see the opportunities to increase the investments in any sector? Yes, of course, all of our businesses for today show the positive dynamics, and we are happy about that. And the positive business which shows positive, profitable dynamics, you want to invest in that. And of course, it's comprehensible that today we don't have that many hard currency for investment. We always recalculate and adjust everything because we do understand that it should be calculated into the main determining cost equivalent, which is dollar. So we are connected with dollar in our mental understanding and perception of the investments and in real one. So, of course, the Ukrainian market is rather poor market as a market, but still it has lots of opportunities in it. Those opportunities are just in front of us. We just need to know how to take all of this money and which are just in front of us. So Ukraine is the country of opportunities, and that's why I consider that we must find those niches. So when you have the appropriate achievements, it's easier to do. But if you're conducting the first steps in business, it's a bit harder. But still, it's possible. There are lots of examples, and Ukraine is developing, growing, and moving on, which gradually gives us the certain reliability of our country and of me personally. Thank you. Then, Boris, there is the following question to you. You have a huge experience of investments in Ukraine during different times. You've overcome all of the crises I've mentioned, the world crisis. So what should the Ukrainian investor be ready for in the current environment? During the Soviet times, when I began, I thought that we were at the threshold of another new global recession, which will happen in a year or two. Maybe it will be something of the scale of 2008. Because this piled up disbalance of and debts of the world economy, and I mean private debts, first of all, in any case, they will burst in some moment. And what's going on with the trade wars between the USA and China, and not only them, the situation in Europe, there is lots of disbalance in the world economy. And of course we have the cycle character. There are 2 points of view. The prevailing point of view that this cycle of the rise is already the longest in the world economic history. But there is a different point of view. There is a discussion, methodological discussion, about the different cycle of rise and fall. The 80s, the 90s, something like that, I don't remember exactly. But they had 3 years more, because during one of the years, the stock market decreased more than 20% a year. This was the only difference between those 2 perspectives. So if we take the longer cycle of rise, in a year we'll achieve it too. So statistically, recession should take place. And the Federal Reserve increases the rate. Of course, it reflected not only in Argentina and Turkey, not because of the sanctions, but because of the FRS. And we had this decrease at all of the developing markets in Russia, in Turkey, in Brazil. Argentina was just one of the most sensitive to the crisis countries. It's surprising, but Ukraine was not that touched by that. But that was the only reason, because we had this decrease before. If we didn't have this decrease 4 years ago, maybe we would feel this crisis stronger. So if I speak about Ukraine, I would be ready to the serious recession. We should foresee that we'll have more expensive debts. It would be much more complicated to take loans. The creditors will be much more selective. The investors, in spite of the huge amount of free money, only private equity funds for today have approximately 1 trillion of free cash, which can be invested today. It's never been like that before. But unfortunately, I think that if global recession happens, it does not mean that this money will come to Ukraine. On the other hand, if we speak about good news, if the campaign in the company is really high quality, like Galnaftogaz, for instance, then the investors will come to it in spite of recession. But it may touch multiples. They will be more conservative to the assessments. But high-quality companies will come. They will come to the high-quality greenfields, because Ukraine has the sectors where you can invest in any case. This free money will never vanish. It will be, maybe the approach will be more conservative and cautious. So I do recommend everyone, well, I don't want to be pessimist, but still I recommend to think about that, to contemplate on that. And the conversations that the global recession will never come to Ukraine because we are, in the end, at the edge of world economy is not right. According to my experience, the crisis of 2008, we had a very successful approach to the Frankfurt Stock Exchange in June 2008. And when in New York, the investors told me, "Are you crazy? You shouldn't do that." We did that. And it was the last carriage which brought us there. But then we did not understand, because we thought that the crisis will never come to Ukraine. And really, in August and September, it was not felt in Ukraine in September. It has already begun in Russia, but not in Ukraine. But in December 2008, everybody understood everything, and it became painful. So don't think that if the global recession begins, and it will for sure begin, that it will never touch Ukraine. We should be more cautious with our debts, we should be more cautious with investment projects, but if you invest into the high-quality trends with high-quality management, I think that whatever the crisis is, we will survive. Thank you, Boris. Igor, and then the following question, maybe a bit more precise. You, as an investor, what do you consider, how can a high-quality management or sector or project can look like from the point of view of investments, both global and domestic, under the current conditions, with the understanding that in this or that way recession will come? First of all, I don't like the word recession. I would name it adjustment. For sure, it will happen. My Oxford professor said, he asked, when I asked, when will it begin? He said, I'm an economist, I'm not a shrink. Because the beginning of this adjustment begins with a psychological factor, when the critical mass of investors finally believes that it will begin just now. But why do I say adjustment, not recession? Because when we say about the crisis as it is, it should emerge from somewhere. What will be the trigger when it begins? Very often, this is either banking sector, where we have this increase of the soap bubble, or the oil industry. During the last 80 years, they were the main sources of crisis, the main branches. So during those times, if you look deeper, the banking sector was not overrated. After 2008, it's hardly moving, and everybody has already began to invest directly. When we look at the money of the giant IT companies, at their accounts, I'm not even speaking about the credits.
Like, they don't have the credits and debts, but they still have the billions of dollars on their accounts. But do you think, how can a company be worth of the trillion of dollars? But it's still something that's going on. The question isn't why, but how. If they had hundreds of billions of dollars on their accounts, but how did they manage to? How did they hold onto the industry? They are holding the creative economies that we cannot live without currently. So basically, I do believe that the crisis will not just come out of it. I do believe there might be just an adjustment possible. If getting back to the oil industry, I do believe that there is a possibility of the great disbalance, but I do believe that it's going to be shown not in the recent 12 or 24 months. It's going to be seen in like 3 or 4 years, but it's not going to only stick to the oil industry, but in a general industry like machinery building industries or a bigger industry depending on oil. So you can just imagine how many industries are working on the injection engine, so the combustion engine. So the whole industries will not be needed. So the whole industry in Japan or Germany will not be needed when the millions of people who are involved into this industry, the production of the cars, the way we see that, with the transmissions, with the internal combustion engines, and with oil, more or less. So basically, I do believe it's not there yet. It's not there yet, and even though we would still believe Elon Musk and Tesla Industries is still 3 or 4 years before we get to see something happening. So the biggest risks in the world are the trade wars or the other turbulence, the political turbulence, in my opinion. And in this point, I still believe that we can be expecting some turbulences. But all of the players, all of the actors that are more or less interested, like more, and China and the US, they are interested to have the final agreement. So I do believe that they will have the agreement, but with what conditions, when, who will have more patience, what will going to be the conditions of this agreement, what are going to be the rules set for the gameplay after that, it will actually depend on whether this adjustment is going to be strong and when we're going to have this adjustment in place. But I would like to maybe change our mindset. It's not going to be the recession, but it's going to be very abrupt and very hard adjustment. And it's definitely going to happen. How it's going to happen, how to get prepared, well, I believe that the recipe is quite easy. Like, you know, I do believe that we have the economists here in the audience, but once again, it's something this is the basics. This is the basics of the economy. This is the basic of the market economy. So definitely the adjustment is going to happen, and it's something that happens more or less with the same frequency. So I would like to advise the Ukrainian investors to invest into the projects that are not speculative projects, so that are based for the long investment history, that are based on the sustainable business model. It's only that in the newest times you have to be more precise and more dedicated to the debts, because during the crisis the debts are getting more expensive. Another factor that we should also consider, I'm now thinking about the American FRS rate, but I would like to consider European rates, because you have seen that the Americans have increased it by 5 and the Europeans have still 0 rates. And it's not that the time hasn't come yet, but it's because it's clearly understood that some of the economies will not even survive 1% raise. But I believe, like Italy, if we'll raise the rate on 1.5%, Italy will not serve its debts. So this might be the trigger that will start the European adjustment. So I would pay a lot of more attention for the European rates, or the rate of the European Bank. Yes, thank you. That was a very in-depth analysis and very relevant analysis, even considering that, first of all, Italy is the J7 country, the big player, 60 million of population. It's definitely if this country is getting closer to the default, and it's quite possible that the budget will not, that Brussels will not accept their budget with this deficit, then it's definitely going to influence European budgets and European finances much more than Portugal or Greece. But getting back to our panel, so I do believe that it might be, I have written this question to Denis, and I was trying to answer you whether it's a chance for Ukraine or a challenge for Ukraine. I do understand it's a challenge, but on the other hand, we understand that even the traditional, sustainable, tolerant, democratic markets of the European Union, which is like huge economies like the US or Britain, they are really uncertain. They're not that sustainable for the investors as it used to be. So how do you see, as an investor, as a big investor in Ukraine, how do you see the Ukrainian share in that? Do we have a chance? Maybe we can use some of the opportunistic moments, or should we get ready to defend ourselves? And our best achievement would be to lose as less as possible. Thank you very much, but I do believe we will give you an opinion of the Horizon Capital, because we managed $700 million for more than 23 years when I invested in Ukraine in different cycles, and we're trying to think about it as a long-term approach for creating the additional value. And I completely agree with what Boris was saying and what Igor was saying. Basically, if you're using this kind of approach, like saying this ideal time, I do believe, I love the quote of the Bill Gates saying that people are overrating the changes that are going to happen in a year or two, and they're underestimating something that will happen in 10 years. And there is a good reason behind it, because our brain evolution of weight has been developed in this way that if we see a danger somewhere in savannah, then you don't have the long-time future. So the main task for the investor and the companies that manage investment, even though there are risks and uncertainties that are in place, they have to influence the evaluation of the equities, and especially they have to be influence your choice between your own assets and your debt and your debts. Another important issue is to try to assess the long-term perspective of the project, and this is something that differs the good investor from all of the other investors. And we're trying to use this approach in our everyday activity, because basically it is really the economists, they have forecasted 9 out of 10 recent recessions. So you have to be greedy when other people are cautious, and you have to be cautious when other people are greedy. So we are active in our investment. We're planning to continue the investments for more than $200 million in Ukraine in the next 3 or 5 years. And the fact that big international investors, because of the obvious risks in Ukraine in 2019, and according to the quite obvious disbalances of the international economies that we have discussed at the previous panel, and it's quite seen that the investors will not be that active into entering Ukrainian market. But for us as a domestic fund is a very good opportunity. So we're trying to actively search the companies with the good high-quality management, with a good and clear competitive advantages for the long-term development. Because if we take a step back from our everyday news on what the FRS decided at their new meeting and what is going to be decided at the next meeting, and try to take a look at from the bird flight view. So it's quite clear for us that Ukraine is the underestimated markets, underrated market. If we take a look at the market, at the multiplicators of the Ukrainian markets, we don't have a lot of the risks, and the risks are lower. The macro disbalances in Ukraine, even though we have some specific risks, they're much better than they used to be in 2012, 2013. So we have the deficit of the paying balance. It's much better. It has much improved. So the situation, if we have the low value of the assets and we have more or less balanced macroeconomy, even though it has some risks, it's a very good time for the long-term investment. Thus, I do believe that, trying to answer your question, whether it would be the long-term investment, the Western long-term investors, they're not going to invest a lot of money in Ukrainian economy in the recent times, but for the Ukrainian investors, it's a very good opportunity, and for Ukrainian companies, it's a very good opportunity, because something that used to be used to be expensive, it used to be, has it 3 times the price, you can make it much cheaper. You can increase your market share, you can buy and acquire your competitors, you can buy the markets and increase the shares. You have to take this assets management, you have to take this acquirement and use it in these opportunities when all of the others are under this risk-aware situation. Thank you very much. But in Ukraine, you're only dealing with the private equity or with the private debt also? Well, we are only doing the equity, only doing the private equity because of the obvious things with the rates that are now increasing in the world, and especially in Ukraine, they are really high for the most of the businesses and most of the enterprises. So the equity is the tool that is the most relevant for Ukrainian companies currently. There was a question that I had reason, actually, because in one of the articles that I have recently read in the Financial Times, they've said that possibly what Igor has mentioned, it's quite possible that the bubble is because of the private debt. Because what has happened after 2008? The banks have been burned out. The banks have tried to over-regulate all the things they could. So they said that the bubble couldn't have appeared because they were very precise and very delicate in that. But still, 1/3 of the capital, 1/3 of the opportunities that were financed by the banks are now being financed by the private equity funds, by the private debt mechanisms. But still, they don't have this, I don't know, how do they say, they don't have this exposure. They don't influence this social impact. Even though like this pension funds, the insurance funds, they also exist, or maybe this can be the beginning of this bubble, actually, yes. Vitaly, let's get back to you. We have heard from the representatives of the Horizon Capital, they want to invest $200 million in Ukraine. As a successful entrepreneur here in Ukraine, what are the spheres to invest to? What can we offer the investor? A cautious investor, but who's still looking for opportunities. Maybe some kind of a specific project or some niche spheres, something that you see that would be actually interesting for the audience. We have a lot of entrepreneurs here. Maybe they would like to use the opportunities. Well, you know, Ukraine doesn't have the fund market, the asset market, as it is being made in most of the civilized countries. But I do believe that in the recent times, in the soon, is going to be regulated in some way. Or at least I hope. My hopes are high in this sphere. But then I do believe that we will have the blue chips. We'll see the Ukrainian blue chips. Well, you will have no doubts in investing too. But currently, I do believe you should get your gut feelings. You should use your gut feelings and the deep understanding of the issue. So expertise is the most important thing here. The expertise, the sense, the feeling. So the feeling and the understanding of the business processes. If the money are involved, if potentially money are involved, you have to invest. If you don't see the money in that, you should not invest. But you have to have the in-depth, thorough understanding of the process, of where you're investing. And what my previous speakers have said also, it has to be the clear understanding. It's a long-term perspective. If you know how to play long time, just do it, play, take the risks. And, you know, the long-term perspective of Ukraine, in my understanding, is very, very good. It looks very, very bright. Why? Because currently we have this gap in the market, and maybe fortunately or unfortunately, it depends, this gap is getting deeper, and you have to find this seabed of the investment, and you have to reach it, and you have to find it to get the benefit of this emerging markets as ours is. When you're saying if there is money there involved, so I would just like to be more clear and clarify it. Like, for example, should we more get oriented to the domestic market, understanding the processes here, or should we have more bets on export of services and goods? When I say the money involved, it's already the businesses that already generate some cash flow and money flow. This is already more or less sustainable businesses that need additional finances, or maybe it needs a little bit of the adjusting in the corporate management. I have been just at the previous board on the corporate management, and I see that a lot of those notions of the corporate management that have already been passed by us and something that we have already processed, let us say, and digested, I do believe that there is quite new for some people in the audience, even though they are very expert audience, and you know this now, the people who are not the first day in the state management or the public offices. So some understanding of the corporate management, some understanding of the process, and plus the thorough, deep, in-depth expertise, they can give you the optimum that what you should use when you're doing the investment. And again, the depths of the income. It's quite understood that the investment are going to be attracted to somewhere where you will get the higher return on investment when you have the in-depth income coming. So I can conclude that, first of all, you have to evaluate the brownfield. So basically already the projects that are already being generating some income, where with the help of the corporate management, corporate boards, or additional vision can be get to another level, and there is the perspective in that. Okay, but with your position, Boris, what are the perspectives for the local investors, for the foreign investors? Like, for example, a foundation coming to you, they say, we need 200 million to invest into the emerging market, Turkey, no, Russia, no, Poland, not clear. We want to do that in Ukraine. Tell us what to do that. We will join your investment. Well, first of all, I would like to grant my support to Vitaly that you have to play long term. And if the company has the vision, if the management has the vision, if the owner has the vision of what the company should be in 5, 10, 15 years, and they really think about it, and they really calculate it in their mind, and they're not, just fantasies or just games of the imagination, but they constantly work on that and they improve their expertise in their corporate governance, I do believe that this company is worth investment. The second moment is the sector. If we speak about Ukraine, the first of all is the exporting sectors, so the agriculture, and we have a lot of opportunities in this sector, starting from the very basic rent of the land and growing something depending on the territory and the region, and ending up with a more complicated issue like the production of some kind of a high technological products to improve the effectiveness of the agricultural producers. Then, again, this is the exploration of the fossils, the gas exploration, first of all. It's kind of a specific sector for Ukraine, by quite income generating. And then, based on the highest green tariff in Ukraine, that's energy generation, so investment into solar energy, wind energy are absolutely risk-free. They don't provide you with a mega result, but on the European understanding and American understanding, it will give you around like 18–21% of annual income, of annual return that you can actually receive in the renewables. Another point, like it's not according to the list of the importance, I want to list it out. So IT, everything that's connected from the IT, starting from the development and ending up with working with a specific software products. And in Ukraine, there's a huge field of opportunities. We have educated population, we have the cheap level of life, and thus we have very good fundamental physics and mathematics in place. So we have a lot of opportunities. So I think that I would pay attention to these sectors, even though it's not the full list. And I believe that the domestic markets in many different sectors is also a very interesting issue for us. Whatever we say, there are 40 million of people who consume, and they're not going to disappear even in the crisis. But you have to be more precise in targeting your audience and targeting your service and goods. So, yeah. Okay, but there is another important issue raised, and thank you very much for being that precise. But let us say it honestly, we have this more or less the same vision in the sectors. But what we see, all of these sectors, all of these segments, so we invest, UDP Renewables is investment into the renewables, so we got the Acciona company, we had the president of Acciona in our plenary session, so they have almost 10 gigawatts of energy in their management of renewable energy sources. What do we see? All of this project, the solar energy, renewable energy overall, is those projects are those processing capacities that not are just going to make flour or not going to just make the oils out of sunflowers. So they're going to have all of this, like for example, sugar replacing syrup. So we're only speaking about almost like the chemistry industry. So the capex for all of these projects are going to be dozens, hundreds, millions of dollars. Well, what we see, so 1 megawatt is $1 million. But if you want to have 100 megawatts in 5 years, you have to have $100 million invested. Then all of the projects that we see in the processing sector, 30, 50, 70, $100 million. The project investment, I do believe that it's only the EBRD that provides the project investment, not any single international bank. It does not give us that much. There is one international bank that boasted that they have managed to have the credit from $5 to $8 million to increase the credit rate for Ukraine. But you know, we are really capital restrained country. We don't have the access to the free capital in order to create those high-scale projects in those sectors. The national bank rates, they don't give us. The private equities, they don't want to. They say, like, why would I give you money in 5, 6%? I will just buy Ukrainian bond because it gives me 8% a day of interest. How should we find the capital for those projects? Well, first of all, there are banks that are provide you the capital for their renewables and green, and their green investment. Non-international, well, directly Ukrainian banks, yes. Directly Ukrainian banks, you can take it in the Ukrainian banks. Then we have the Horizon. Yes, you know, they have 200 million. They will come. We will come up to you. Yes, they have colleagues that they can do the co-investments, and so as far as I understand, and I do believe that you can help me with that. So if there is a high-quality project, that is not a problem to engage capital investments. If we speak about the private equity, even unlimited, can we get the 100 million? Yes, for a high-quality project, for a single high-quality project, and then it'd be like 5, 6 equity funds for the project. So actually, the amount of the free capital is immersive. But because of the country, because of the stereotyped assumptions about Ukraine, they give us even more expensive loans than other countries that are just the same as Ukraine is in all of the parameters. Yes, it decreases the income and the incomes and the profitability of the project, but the projects are still bankable. And we have this international investment banks, we have private equity, we have family offices, we have Ukrainian businessmen, we have non-resident businessmen who are entering the shares of the project. We have another project, if we speak on Ukraine, we don't have a high-quality project in place.
So if we speak today not about 2 billion, but about 200 millions, because they will never be able to invest those billions, not because they're working in a proper way, but because they don't have enough of projects, right? Do you agree? So the project seems to be nice, but still they don't have corporate governance. It may be nice, but it's not transparent. It may be nice, but they don't have a long-term strategy. They don't have the vision, and the management is weak. And it happens all the time, unfortunately, for today. If we take several billion and invest in Ukraine, it's just impossible, because there's no place to invest into. There is no stock market, as Vitaly is saying. Just try to find liquid tools of Ukraine. There is only a dozen of them. To buy for $100 million, this is a very non-trivial task. You will never do that at one night. You will need several weeks to gather that from the whole world. Yes, this is an issue. And by the way, as for the market, this is a serious opportunity about Ukraine to make what the Polish people did and to make Ukraine a regional financial center. Well, of course, it will not happen tomorrow, but in 5, 7, 8 years, it is totally implementable. So when we speak about the real capital market, equity market, will have more of liquidity, because liquidity doesn't have the place to come to. I will conclude, it's okay, everything is nice, we have money, right? Okay. Igor, would you tell me, as for our competitiveness in Ukraine under these conditions, where do you see this competitiveness if you, for instance, pitch us to the international and foreign investors? Yes, the situation is complicated. Yes, there are certain restrictions Vitaly and Boris were speaking about, but still, if you invest here and now, you will get this and that nice profitability and growth. Do you have such examples? Because your vision would be really useful for us. Well, I will speak for the whole Ukrainian business now, because it seems that everything is okay, but we have the lack of projects, right? So I'll try to be a bit more optimistic as for Ukrainian entrepreneurship and business. So I will begin with the following. I think that the most important What Ukraine lacks and Ukraine business lacks is ambitions. Very often we do not believe in ourselves. When lots of entrepreneurs come to me and they want to be not that big, I want to tell them, if you don't believe in yourselves, how can you persuade anyone to arrive to the edge of the world and to invest their own money? Not some virtual funds, though it always seems to us that this is the money which is somewhere, and whoever the first one is, he will be the one who takes them. So we shouldn't seem, we should be, we should exist, we should be ambitious and believe in ourselves, and we should know how to implement bigger projects which can be seen at the global market, not just at the domestic market. And when we try to persuade the foreigners that we can do something, those projects have to be ambitious and seen from the international perspective. That is why I apply for everything. And I think that our company, with its own example, tries to prove that Ukraine can have ambitious projects, Ukraine can export, Ukraine can find its place in the world economy. Because so far, everything what we are speaking in Ukraine is agriculture, still at the level of only growing and exporting of commodities. Well, of course, the maximum what's interesting is the infrastructure to take out those commodities and the money into trading, into the agricultural equipment as the market. I think that this is the road to nowhere. And we must invest as much as possible and to find the projects and to offer to those who can bring the agricultural to the new level with the new value added. And of course, it's highly desirable with their own brand. Because you just spoke about the sunflower oil, because we are proud of that. Every Minister of Economy is going there and says that we are producers of sunflower oil #1. Honestly speaking, I'm offended by that. If we are #1, we don't have a single Ukrainian brand of sunflower oil at the world market. It is offensive to me. And as for one of our projects, for instance, we are in a top 5 producers of honey. We have the ambition not only to produce and to export honey in barrels, but to create a Ukrainian brand and for it to be in top 3, top 5, or maybe even the first one in the world. And for it to be even popular in the market. What does not let us do that? Because we don't believe in ourselves. We don't believe that we can create the brand. Yes, there are certain problems, how to have this access to the market, to the network. No one is waiting for us there because there are their own producers of honey. And the German producer even says, we are the 3rd generation of 60% of German honey market. Okay, I said, and we are doing that for the 2nd year, so let's see what will happen in 10 or 20 years. I think that this is the lack of ambitions, the lack of the faith in ourselves, that we cannot look at our projects from the point of view of the foreign investor. This is what's inside our mentality, what I do believe, what needs to be invested in, besides the energy sector. Because it will rule the world. The energy production during the next 20 years, we need to increase it at least 5 times in the whole world. And whoever has the most efficient energy sector, he will have the first base. Secondly, infrastructure, what's just on the surface for Ukraine. It's a must-have for Ukraine. And further on, I believe in certain points of growth. If we speak about agriculture, it has to be added economy, innovative economy. It has to be something new, some final product to be done from the raw material in any sphere. The processing, the packaging, the chemistry, the equipment, the geopositioning, through the satellites, through the drones. All of that can be done with a certain software. And when we begin with similarly agriculture only, which is a Ukrainian brand already, then we achieve the next level, the level of the innovative economy. what begins to move all the rest branches, which allows our brand, Ukrainian brand, to add all the rest there. How can we issue the aerospace industry in Ukraine? Why don't we position every meter through the satellites to launch the first Ukrainian satellite, to invest it in the Ukrainian sector, and then just to sell the technology, not the wheat, but the technology, and to be leaders in that? Maybe I'm taking too much of your time. I'd like to tell you a short story about the lack of ambitions. We have the Zhytomyr cardboard combinate, which took part in the tender. The company in France was closing, in Champagne, in the center of the wine production, which creates packaging for the most elite champagnes, for Dom Perignon or Clicquot, which is very French. And the company was just going bankrupt. It was closing in France, so two world leaders were taking part in the tender procedures. And this small Zhytomyr company just won the tender. Well, maybe it should go to the scrap metal, everybody thought. But they equipped it from France, and last week they began production in Zhytomyr. Just imagine, the Ukrainian company from Zhytomyr is an exclusive, only company in the world for the packaging for Dom Perignon, Veuve Clicquot, for the whole Champagne province. And when they tell me that it's impossible, I just tell them, believe in yourselves. Try to know how to... I think it deserves for a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much, Igor. Well, in fact, such success stories, precise stories, is what's needed here to advertise here. I really agree with you. Denis, would you please tell me, when you gather, or maybe you have additional means for investments in Ukraine, where will you invest into? Which sectors will you offer for the investors? And by the way, I know that partly you are already in the technological sector. Are you trying to have the venture, well, VC, which will take the niche of seed investment, some micro investments when the certain team of Unit City students needs $100,000 to test their hypothesis? And just to improve Igor's words, from the point of view of high technologies in the agrarian sector, the recent approval to that is the story in Unit City. The latest resident, whom we announced, was the Syngenta company, which is associated with the agrarian chemical complex, which opens the software complex at the Unit City. This program has the same attitude to the technological sector as its profile activities. So where should we invest money into? I totally agree with what was just mentioned by my colleagues before. We like the export sectors. Our main sectors is the agriculture and lots of processing and value added, which was mentioned by Igor. This is our main focus. I think that we are one of the biggest investors of IT in the region. We've invested more than $100 million into IT, and we have lots of successful projects. I asked about the venture capital. I asked about the certain project. Maybe you have any projects. From the point of view of those sectors, I totally agree with what Boris and Igor said, that the projects which are really ambitious are not that numerous, even in the world, and especially in Ukraine. So our task is to find those best projects with the most ambitious owners and managers and to help them develop these businesses. Because as it's known, the best way to create future is to foresee future is to create future and to help fund it. So that's what we are doing. Now this is the perfect time for Ukraine, when the valuation of the company was higher than it's now, but still, when you are trying to escape the bear with your friend, you should be quicker than your friend is, whatever the speed of the bear is. So this is the right time for the projects, because you've mentioned biofarm where we are investing into. Let's take a look at Rosetka company. I think it's an incredible company and it's an internal domestic market. We are speaking only about export branches, but we should create domestic markets. Rosetka company, which has a fantastic entrepreneur who's created this business from scratch, and now there are more than 2 million visitors every day at their website. This is 10 times more than altogether the whole traffic in the biggest 10 malls of Ukraine. In the 10 biggest malls of Ukraine. Just one website of Rosetka. And yesterday, the representatives of BlaBlaCar told us that they have more than 3 million subscribers and users of their service in Ukraine. Yes, this is the domestic market, which is growing really quickly in spite of the devaluation. And unfortunately, there is a lack of such sectors in Ukraine and such ambitious companies which really want to become not just number one, but number one with an non-achievable gap, because Rosetka is much higher than the player number 1 or 2 in this sector. So I totally agree with Boris and Igor. There are not so many companies like that. Our task is to help those companies to increase the market share, and we're doing that actively in the sectors I've listed above and also in the local sectors in Ukraine. From the point of view of the early stage, well, in fact, we have the fund, the U Ventures project, which is a venture project, in fact. We are having 9 transactions, and we invest tens of millions of dollars in one transaction. And from the smaller fund, for students, as you said, with a prototype, we invest several hundreds of thousands of dollars into one transaction, but there are much more ambitious projects there. We have lots of successful investments, AO technology, for instance. It deals with analysis of big data. They sell it for the whole world. They have the biggest clients, the biggest media companies, CNN, Vogue, lots of famous brands. And Sixo company is the cloud computing company, cloud technologies, and we invested with one of the best funds of the Silicon Valley. We're looking there too, and of course, undoubtedly, they have the huge potential for the investors. Why? Because the amount of money in Ukraine is not that substantial, unfortunately, so far, and only the best projects get this money. They can speed up and catch up with their competitors in the world. And just recently, in September or in the beginning of October, we had the first Ukrainian unicorn with the Ukrainian founders, with the estimates of more than $1 billion. So before we begin the second part of our panel, I'd like to ask to show the results of our voting, because we've got the voting in the beginning. Which investors would you like to involve in your business? The foreign ones? No difference. Ukrainian? I'm not searching for investors. As for the foreign ones, it's obvious. The majority is obvious. Well, my speech was not that strong, maybe. I like this tendency of rather pragmatic people. There is no point, people say. 33% of people say that there is no point, and 14% of them want to involve Ukrainian ones, and 8% don't try to search for any investors. This is also a symptom. Thank you to those who voted. And by the way, I'd like to mention one more pleasant and surprising thing for me. When we communicated with our panelists before the beginning, I said that maybe there will be not enough of people and people will never be active. We'll discuss more questions at the stage and a bit fewer from the audience. No, the panelists said, we want to have direct communication with the audience. So let us begin the Q&A session. Now we have 2 options to do that. The checked one, raise your hand and you will have the mic, but I will make it one by one, because we have the Kyiv bot in the Telegram Messenger. Take out your smartphones. You should join Kyiv board and try to find that. The only one is highly desirable. Please try to formulate the question to someone precisely and try to be as short as possible. The same as for the microphone. Try to introduce yourself, tell us where you're from, which company you're representing, and we want to get as much questions as possible. Let's begin with the classical way. The audience, who are the assistants. So please, would you give the microphone to this man? Good afternoon. My name is Vladimir Vasyuk, research consulting in the industrial branch. This is nice that we have the common understanding that Ukraine is a new Klondike and the value added, which is the new wealth. But it seems to me Mr. Igor Lisky has already mentioned that, yes, we've got finance. Why shouldn't we invest into brands? The company which produces oil, one of the biggest ones, sunflower oil, earns a lot. But they have the Swiss market, not the brand. One more example, our mining company, the biggest aqua park in Turkey, has investments from it. So we have a very serious psychological paradigm. The successful people are living in the paradigm when they earn in Ukraine, but they invest into the assets abroad. So we have to change this, shift this psychological paradigm. So how can we change this attitude towards Ukraine, not to take all of the assets from Ukraine, but to invest it here in the processing? Thank you. I've got a very simple answer.
That it depends on the education, the level of the education for the society and the prestige level of the very enterprise for the entrepreneur to be feeling themselves as a hero, because in the US it is available. That's why they have Elon Musk, that's why they have Warren Buffett. They are the national heroes there. And though it's not only about the motivation to earn some money, but this is the primal motivation, this is the first motivation, there also has to be another one in place to do something for the country, to feel yourself needed here. And I'm not mentioning that's for the main entrepreneurs to be carried on the hands or whatsoever. There has to be taxes that has to be paid. That's all quite clear. But the general treatment, maybe there's some kind of the post-Soviet part of it, that all of the entrepreneurs, there's someone who have stolen something or they have taken something out of the budget. This is like the very outdated understanding. Then this is something that has to be trained in the society. You have to educate your society. And another story that's might be interesting with Gary Jacobs. I've just talked with Gary Jacobs about it. We have a small deformation in our education. That's, you know, this is a paradox. We have quite good technical education, professional education, and our alumni are really needed from all over the world. They're going to Poland, go to Poland by millions, and they are really, really, really evaluated there and appreciated there. But what is the problem? Why are they so active? Why are they so successful abroad? So why they cannot find the self-actualization from themselves in our countries? But I believe that there's something that has to be someone who pay taxes, someone who pays taxes and creates jobs. Those people have to be Ukrainian heroes. Like, just for example, to get back to the main point, who can just recall one entrepreneur, one Ukrainian entrepreneur for you to say, wow, we have that, and that? You know, I can't even recall the names. Like, for example, wow, look at this. We have here, like, the whole panel here is about those people. Yeah, but, you know, in our circle here, we can say that we have all our success and achievements, but we know each other personally. But then again, just to ask an average person on the street, like, for example, who you believe is the Ukrainian entrepreneur of the level of Elon Musk's level in Ukraine. And I do believe that 90% of the people either will recall some oligarchs who are, you know, they're just all the same. But I mean, like, the real entrepreneur, and this is a problem. But the other problem, getting back to the notion of education, that's what we produce. We produce workers. We produce workers. They don't have the skills. They're not entrepreneurs. They're not entrepreneurs. They don't know how the skills, how this education, how to create, how to turn it into the project, how to, and this thing about creating something new and about working in team, because we're all individualists. We know how to work alone, but we cannot create effective teams. And why do I have strong faith in the young people? Because they have this burst of it. They're starting to collaborate. They're starting to work in teams. They are not afraid to fail. And this is one of our skills, one of the stories, the one that's in the Silicon Valley. This is number one. You not to be afraid to fail. You don't have to be afraid to fail. But in our case, oh, what will I do? What will I create there if I'll fail? I'll fail anyway. And so you have to be more ambitious. You have to have more faith in yourself. And you have to continue learning, constantly learning yourself. And you have to teach the people how to create and not to be afraid to take the responsibility for that, to be more ambitious, to follow the new international trends. Where are we going? Where are we pacing to? What is going to happen in the next 10 years? Igor, thank you very much. Very good answer from your side. Vitaly, you wanted to have a word. Well, I completely agree to what Igor has been saying, but I would like to once again then get a little bit of my thoughts about because I really like your question that you have posed. Maybe I will try to find the main reasons of the things that we have now. Well, I do believe that what strong state presupposes? The strong state is the strong budget, first of all. So if we have the money in the state, if there is money available, there is a specific provision, and then, of course, there is a well-balanced budget, and we have the well-balanced state. It is competent in the world market, and it's competent because of its competent enterprises. What has happened in Ukraine? And what is the first reason of all of our problems? That is my personal opinion, but I believe that at the very beginning of the 90s, when we have turned from the administrative management to the market way of development, let us say, we had those outdated moments of our development for about 10 years or more that used to be depending on the budget dotations. There were huge companies that were privatized in the end. I'm not going to mention that, but those are the metallurgical companies, the energy companies. And those companies, they needed additional dotations from the budget. They couldn't exist without it. They were non-competitive at that times. And thus, through the participation of the owners and the stakeholders, the stake owners, and the participation of the other people into this privatization and to this, let us say, the caring people in the politics, that they have received this dotation and they have been floating for some time. After that, the small and medium, and in the process, the small and medium enterprises who have seen that, they have understood, well, look at this, there's huge guys, they're subsidizing their incompetent economy, competent enterprises. But how can I survive? How can I strive if I have privatized some non-competitive cluster, non-competitive fabric? This struggles a bit, but it's not a competitive. It's in Ukraine or in the international market. And they need continuous support that they can rely on. And this continuous support, this is something that has to be invented. So they invented corruption, so they invented avoiding the taxes, and with this corruption they supported the non-competitive businesses, and that's why we have these assumptions about Ukrainian businesses from the side of the society. We have neglected assumptions for Ukrainian businesses. No one understands that whether this is the clear, transparent business, the business in white, or whether it's a corporate governance business or whatsoever. We treat business as something bad and corrupted. That is why is it happening? Because all of the entrepreneurs who are now holding the non-competitive businesses, they are trying to compensate this non-competitiveness from the budget. Do you understand what I mean? So, for example, the non-competitive economics is being based on the non-competitive enterprises. Why? Because the non-competitive enterprises, they need additional absorbment of the money and additional preferences and dotations, direct or indirect. So we have seen it a lot currently. And these assumptions about businesses, this treatment of businesses, this vision of businesses, it has its premises in this aspect. How to prevent that? How to fight it? What should be done now? We should increase the competitiveness with all of those methods that my previous colleagues have mentioned. And we have to understand the core of the problem. And the core of the problem is in this. Because the more we will support in many different ways, the more we will support our non-competitive enterprises, the more money we will waste in vain. Then more we will understand that with this kind of support, we will never build a business-oriented society in Ukraine. And we need it deeply. We need it very much. Because the business-oriented society is the main premise, the main foundation of the healthy society and a healthy state. How can we take a look at the business-oriented society as, for example, the US society is? The entrepreneurs there are actually the grandeur, the national heroes, the honor that we have. We won't have this kind of national heroes if the people will continue to treat business in this way. And the people will continue treating business in this way until we will not stop having the competitive classes, competitive enterprises. And quite recently, I have received additional information that the Parliament of Ukraine have voted on improving amending the law on bankruptcy. I haven't read it yet, and I haven't seen it yet, and I don't know the main premises, I don't know the main details of it, but I do believe if there has common sense in it, and there has to be the common sense in there because we can't wait any longer. So it will, if they have some good common sense there, it will increase the competitiveness of Ukrainian enterprises and the competitiveness of Ukraine. And as soon as we will have the competitiveness, then the people who have some money in Ukraine, they will actually invest the money there in Ukraine back, because they will know that they invested into the competitive country, into competitive enterprises. And there's no, I'm not offending, I'm not dragging the entrepreneurs or enterprises. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vitaly. So, okay, we have a lot of questions in our chat bots, but I would like to turn to other. Boris, there is a question to you. Is there a sense to invest into the media sector in Ukraine, or it's already saturated? I do believe there's no sense. Like, no, not saturated, or no sense to invest. No, if we speak about serious money, I don't mean like a small project, but if we speak about the serious money, unless you're going to be creating content in many different ways, but I do believe that the content creation is one of the possible opportunities of Ukraine. And there was the question on the processing industry. Take a look at the Israel experience. Israel make money. They make money out of nothing, literally. Currently, Israel is the biggest producer, for example, for the television series format. Like Homeland is an Israeli television and series format. And I have talked to one of the big Israeli entrepreneurs. They have interesting project. They started to make water out of air. Like really, like condensating, really. They need electricity, of course, to condensate, but work with a generator in the desert. Like, okay, they cannot create it, they cannot make water if there is a specific level of humidity. But then again, in almost all of the regions of the water, so the Israelis are already making water out of air. So basically, the sphere of the high technologies, I'm not only mentioning the IT, but the high technology sphere is very diverse currently, and Ukraine has a lot of potential in this sphere. And for example, the content making, not only for Ukraine, but for the worldwide scene. For example, why won't we make the Ukrainian-made cartoons, but like, for example, for China? Like, for example, like you're doing packaging for Dom Perignon and the French champagne, like, and the, by the way, we're investing into one of the animation studio for 3 years already, yes. Yeah, wow, cool. Thank you very much. But speaking of the Israeli experience, I want to tell it also that's phenomenal. They're not only exporting fruits and vegetables, but they export flowers. So the technologies they use are phenomenal. But another question. But by the way, fish. I have just learned that we have a special enterprise, the fish processing enterprise in Ukraine, that processes the fish and exports it to Japan. Imagine that. I have nothing to say. I can't say that. I should tell you about the animation studios, please. Just a word. Okay, because it was a bad thing to remind me about it. But just 1 minute. Why should I have to say? I completely agree with the content thing, because usually Ukraine is being treated as an agricultural country, metallurgy country, energy. But it's like, I have a question. What do you do in Kyiv? Like, what to do in Kyiv? What to do in Kyiv? Like, okay, we have 4 or 5 millions of people here. What do the young people do there? Of course they will live. Of course they will live the country, the people who live in this country. I believe when we're speaking about the future of the Ukrainian cities, when we're speaking about Ukraine's place in the creative economies, for example, in the creating the sounds, creating the content, when it is really important to have the creativity that we have. 30 seconds. So, like, for example, how can we win? Like, how can we win? And it's not only for us to produce the software, but for us to produce the content. That is why for the 3 years we've been investing to the animation studio, and this. No, you cannot occupy mic, please. I cannot occupy mic. And this is the whole industry where the creative people, composers, animators, designers will have the spot, and they will have this place in Kyiv. And they will not have to leave to the Silicon Valley, to Germany, to France, or whatever. You can create it somewhere here. Just a small comment that I have about the question that you've had, Ukrainian money, non-Ukrainian money, foreign investments. Actually, you should invest. You should attract smart money that would give you the added value for your company, for your money. They can be Ukrainian, they can be foreign, they can be whatever. So the geographical origin is secondary. The first thing that has to be important for you is smart. But okay, another question from our bots. Dennis, especially for you, whether you're using the blockchain technologies or the crypto technologies is one of the strategies to engage the investments, whether you're using the platforms on tokenization of businesses, or whether you issue your own cryptocurrency as an instrument to get the investments. Like, for example, Tesla has gathered 232 million. Like, what prevents Ukraine and Horizon Capitals to do the same? A good question. I was thinking about it when Igor was mentioning about creating the content and creating the sense. So actually creating the content and creating the sense is a very good metaphor. But speaking of blockchains and ICO, we do not do ICO. We don't have our own cryptocurrencies. Well, nothing stops us from that. But well, we believe, the focus is power, and, the focus is power. So we're doing what we do, what we're good at. So we're in investment, and we are the managers of the 4 equity funds, and we invest in the new Ukrainian economy for more than 24 years already. And we are doing the traditional investment into the fast-growing companies, with the visionary and entrepreneurs, and with really good management, very good boards. This is something that we do, and this is the type of our investment. So how do we do it? We do the private equity, the direct private equity investment. So if it's interesting, then we can discuss it privately, in my opinions of the blockchain. But my personal opinion on the blockchain, because, I have lived in the Silicon Valley for a couple of years, and a lot of my friends are doing the ICO with big amounts of money. That's an interesting topic, but it's slightly not what we're doing. So for us, it will take 200 million for quite longer than for the 30 minutes. Okay, just a minute for the one who occupied the microphone. But I really like the initiative, but just don't do that anymore. I was just very close to the microphone. So we have said that there is the possibility to invest into infrastructure, into Ukrainian infrastructure, and in transport panel, there was a very serious discussion about it. So can you please tell us, the PPP projects in transport infrastructure were mostly controlled by the public-owned enterprises, whether it is very prospective, whether they are in line with the investment to the market business. Who would you like to address this question to? Denise, maybe. Okay. I guess I don't know whether I will just, if the colleagues have something to say, no, but because we're not investing into this kind of infrastructural projects. So we're not investing into the infrastructure. So maybe my colleagues have an opinion, because I know I'm under NDA. But it's mostly to you now. Have you ever thought about investing into infrastructure? Well, we're already investing into infrastructure. We are part of the infrastructure of Ukraine, and we're investing into infrastructure of Ukraine. And we do understand that infrastructure is a very interesting and relevant topic. But what kind of infrastructure? We have to have competitive infrastructure, because in our market we have a lot of non-competitive examples. Like, for example, we were one of the first people who have built the really competitive gas station in Ukraine. It wasn't just a gas station in Ukraine. I might be speaking into something quite banal, but it provided the biggest complex of the services. So it was more than 20 years ago. So we had the first filling station that included all of the needed all the needed services that were needed in the West also. So we've got bigger in this time, and currently it's not about the fueling segment in our infrastructure. The fueling segment in our infrastructure brings us more than 20% of EBITDA. So it is currently growth, and in the West, this indicator is more than 30%, and is still it still increases. Thus, when we invest into infrastructure, I do believe that we should follow the main determinant. We should follow the main interactive moment in the infrastructure. We should not only think about the income, don't only think about EBITDA, but for something that gives us the long-term income, what the customer needs in the long-term perspective, and I do believe this is the best strategy. You wanted to comment? No, I just I can comment. I can add upon this, because basically the main subject in the infrastructure is the state. Thus, as soon as this banal thing will be clear, will be clarified, when we're going to build all of the mechanisms in the right way, it will be good, because the infrastructure is very clear and good return. Like, for example, you help to renovate the roads, and the state of Ukraine will save billions of dollars because of the increase of its competitiveness, like train connection, the port infrastructure, the terminals. Well, I believe it's not something that should be discussed already. There's something that should already just be done, and that's it. So when you're making policy, you're creating the environment, you're creating the conditions. This is a very clear and understandable businesses with no risks. So just create the fair play. That's it. Okay, dearest colleagues, I believe that I have the best question from Anna to the panelists. It's a very blitz question because we're out of time. We're just 1 minute left. So we've all discussing the global trends. You're all the successful people, all successful investors, all the visionaries. But the best question, okay, don't be ashamed to say that's something that we mentioned. So just quick question. The example of the bad investment in Ukraine, in your opinion, and why did it happen? Vitaly, well, we had this experience. We wanted to invest into the diapers production. Why it wasn't successful? Yeah, diapers, not the pumper diapers. But, well, Pampers company, it still said Pampers, but we are left with, so the brand won and the diapers lost. Okay, that's clear, thank you. All of the tryouts to invest in something that you do not understand are going to be unsuccessful. If you don't have the focused management, that's the second thing, with the global and the long-term vision, and all of this investment were unsuccessful. Thank you, Igor. I just come back to blockchain for a second, if I may. We're not investing into cryptocurrency and in blockchain because I know nothing in that, so I'm not going to invest in it. So when all of the people are following some trends what they don't understand, then this is the first route that will lead you to nowhere. Okay, thank you, Dennis. We have two main lessons that we've learned in unsuccessful and failed investments. The first thing, that we don't want to invest in companies with big debts. And the reason is quite simple, because Ukraine is a very volatile market, and everyone knows in the corporate finance sphere that if the predictability of the money flow is low, then increasing the debt is senseless. So that is why in US, the IT companies, they do never get the standard debt finances, the private debt. So in Ukraine, even in the predictable sectors, even the sectors that should be more predictable, and they're not that much because of the more volatility of the markets, volatility of the market. There is a high level of depth is a big problem for us in our investment. And the second thing, we do not do this investment. The second moment is that when you sell to the domestic market, and if you import the details from abroad, this is something that, so you buy in dollars and you sell in hryvnias. Yes, that's quite clear. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And once again, let us have a round of applause for all of the participants of the panel. I do believe, what I really like, very precise, very clear and detailed, with understanding of the global trends. Very open and transparent panel. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed this panel. I only would like to sum up to sum up it in some way, like all of the factors are actually telling us that we have some recession, we have some adjustments of the world economics, you can call it as you wish. But as much as we understand currently, the success of our country and your specific businesses is also depends on your psychological state. If you do not panic, if you will not panic in the country, if you will not panic in the country, but you will be structured investment, if you find a good structured project with clear business model, with transparent managing system, then in any time, in any country, you will be able to make money in Ukraine and with Ukrainian enterprises and entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
So do I live in the future? Yes, I live in the future. So I keep on thinking about.
Для нас дуже важливо мати об'єктивну, деполітизовану, високопрофесійну системну діагностику того, що у нас відбувається, тенденції, наші результати, наші проблеми. І
So do I live in the future? Yes, I live in the future.
Для нас дуже важливо мати об'єктивну, деполітизовану, високопрофесійну системну діагностику того, що у нас відбувається, тенденції, в виступах, які приложили увагу.
От времени до времени, это тоже не первый раз на Киевском экономическом форуме, чтобы просто говорить.
So do I live in the future? Yes, I live in the future. So I keep on thinking about what can we do as innovator, how can we bring like new product to consumers that they love. And with BlaBlaCar, if I think like 10 years ago, when we described what we wanted to do, we had to live in the future because people did not believe something like that would work, and now it's working. So I think as an entrepreneur, you live in the future. You're not God.
Ми дуже віримо в молодь, яка сьогодні...
Well, it is important for me because we are now ruining the stereotypes about Ukraine because we are in a country of innovation.
A very bright future, as long as it's focused for two things. One is, of course, growth for business, but second is social impact, ensuring that we have innovation focused towards the betterment of society as a joint effort globally. So in that way, I think for the economy, there's a huge investment for innovation that's required, different to invention, but very much society-focused.
I believe that too many people pay attention to the technology and not enough to the kind of society that automatically produces high technology. I call it paying attention to the milk instead of the cow. You need the cow, not the milk. If you get the cow, you will automatically have the milk.
The future of the world is actually the digital economy. That will actually set the future direction of the world, because now it is no longer talking about services and products, but the digital economy play an important role in any country in the world.
My future as a financial expert is, first of all, in excluding the mistakes and the human factor. So this is the lucky, happy, and honest and discreet relationship between the people in the financial wise. You know, I really love the book by O. Huxley, The New Brave World, and I was impressed that it was written in 1930s. But when I have read this book, I have understood that it was written in the 1930s. The things that were fantastic at that point, they're now turning to the reality.
Well, there's so much innovation and opportunity and change coming. I think there are risks in the future, but there are also rewards.
Well, I'm not afraid of the future. I'm not scared to look into the future because the Ukrainian business that went through very hard times, transmission from one system to another, transmission from the so-called socialistic system to the market system, and has shown that no matter what the critic was, it started from the scratch and so it strengths. We can always say that something bad, something is wrong, but the Ukrainian businesses are now getting more and more strengths in the world. What scares me in the future? Well, you know, there's a lot of challenges, but the most important thing is not to be afraid of the future. That's the most important thing. Everything would be very good with the future if the main rule was not to be afraid of the future, but we do not know what future holds for us, and that is why we might be afraid of something, might build up to something, and that is why we would like to close the Kyiv International Economic Forum with this panel. The creators of future, because when the world was created, the creator was only reserved for gods. But when the people started to build the roads, states and cities, when we started to explore the air and the skies, well, do I agree that the man has turned into the competitor to God? And the man started to create the competitors like this, like we count Robert Sophia, because if you don't know, she's just retranslating the sound, but there are two guys that sit close to her and answering the questions. Maybe you haven't thought about it yet, but the future we're living in currently, for the writers who write sci-fi, it was just 50 years ago, just a imagination creation. 20 years ago, if you remember, the Total Recall heroes have already got into this reality, but a lot of things have already been created. Like Arthur Clarke has written about the satellites of the sound. Oxenskog Hart has written about the robot technologies, and we mentioned The Brave New World that was written in 1932. And when we were creating the world of the genetic engineering, and it was super terrifying. The people were afraid of those books. But currently, we live in this reality, and it's not that frightening. And today, you do not have to be the sci-fi writer. You can only just be an entrepreneur. You can be an entrepreneur. You can have to be just an imaginative person to create the reality. But with every second of our reality, we're building up the bridge to the future. And today, in this room, we have the creators and thus the gods. But I'm going to ask to join me at the panel only 4 of our creators, the one that we can learn from. So please welcome Ilya Laurs, the head of the venturing funds. He is investing into startup and the different stages. Please, Ilya, come to us, join us. You also should know that Ilya is in the list of top 25 high-tech leaders of Europe. He is also one of the top 40, the most influential players in the telecommunication market. An interesting person. We will listen to him closely. I would like to invite me to join me at the stage, Petro Pilipiuk. Please welcome the co-owner and the CEO of Modern Expo Group. This is the global producer and global supplier for the complex solution for retail. Please welcome. Also, please welcome Yevgeny Utkin. He's not in top 40 high-tech speakers of Europe, but for 40 years he has been involved in the high-tech industry, and he has created a lot of things that none of us can reach, and none person in the world can reach. Yevgeny, we're glad to have you here with us. And we also have 4 kids. And of course, please welcome Vasyl Khmelnytsky, the founder of the U Future Investment Group. And by the way, Vasily, not to make an additional advertisement, but Unit City, they're actually what we've seen all around here, but in 250, the smart houses, in 1950, this Ray Bradbury has written about the smart houses, and we thought it wasn't impossible. But we will soon have the Unit City, and this is reality already. So just imagine what cool it is, not to know how to write, but to know how to create future. That is why our panel is not going to be a very long one. I will only have a couple of questions, and an hour and a half. That's going to be branching as our reality, as our sphere. But if we speak today about the future, and by the way, Vasily has already been asked by this question by the BBC journalist. Vasily, can you describe the future in 10 months? And Vasily said, no, in 6 months we will have the elections. Thus, no one knows what the future holds for Ukraine in 10 months. But still, briefly, 2 minutes each of you, please, your vision of the future, the vision of the future of your world, and as far as you are the creators, what does your world look like? So, Ilya, we will start with you. You know, we can think about the future in many different levels, and we can think about how the life of the human will look like, how of the state of the company will look like in the future. What we can say that we cannot forecast precisely, and I would like to use the singularity term. I know that maybe a lot of you have already heard about the University of Singularity in California, and a lot of people from our region, and I mean in the post-Soviet space, go to this university. There is one moment that the history is never linear. We have the quantum leaps when the gameplay changes dramatically, and depending on what is the speed of the technology development, how the technology is getting accelerated in 2030, 2040, there will something happen with the humankind that will dramatically, critically change everything. But this moment is not even forecastable. So Hawking, Elon Musk, the other scientists in the Singularity University try to forecast and presume what the life will look like if every single aspect of human action, every single detail, starting from the state governance, starting to the selling of the ice cream in the kiosk, the robot can do it in 1,000 more times effectively. The person is free out of everyday course, and it's not going to happen in 100 years, but it's going to happen in 20. So asking the question, how it's going to be, what is going to happen, so trying to forecast it and trying to answer the question is the task for everyone, not only for the visionaries. Then, small other question, in the Forbes, the automation in your future had the article with this title, Future Now, and the author of this article is now speaking about the so-called digital evolution and revolution, that all of the dull work is now done by the algorithm. The work that is usually being done badly by future is better given to the computers and robots, but still, under this evolution, the person cannot cope with that. And what we should do with the lack of the competent and expert workers, how should we train them? How do the companies cope with that? You know, it's a rhetorical question. Some time ago, people in humanity have understood that we're not the strongest. Like, tractor is much powerful than the tracker. The train is physically more strengthful and powerful than the human is. And at some point, well, there's people have thought that they are the most creative and the smartest. But in 2017, despite a lot of buts, but we are now living in this dramatic moment when the human, the man, is not at all the wisest and the most creative. The music that has been created in 2018, the person who doesn't know, the music that was created by the machine is even better than the music that was created by a man. So to think that the only human have this creative and intellectual capacities is a bit of a dangerous assumption. And another step that we can take, that on the level of the companies, on the corporate level, if from the third industrial revolution to fourth industrial revolution, the labor was saved by the competences and qualification, then after the fourth industrial revolution, it's not the given facts. It's not the gospel truth. Now, what the person can think of is something that the person can think about to get into. So 7 billion of people are now getting into profession. What they have to do, whether it's a profession of choice, whether my attention, my brain is not taken with something interesting that is going to be my deal. If I will create the world around myself and it's going to be the dull world, this is the dull world I will have to live around. And we were now speaking about the capital. A lot of things can be created without me. So getting back to the individuality, if we'll not develop inside the fantasy of how I would like to live, then I will not create this world. You know, you're really you can do the sci-fi writing. You know, if I wish that everyone had thought about it, everything that I will create will be my future. Piotr, what do you think about it? And maybe give us a little bit of information about what you're doing. Well, I do hope that the Modern Expo Group is not really known for you, because basically we are creating the product that you see every day. You see them every day. You don't even know that they have been created in Ukraine. It doesn't matter where you see them, in Poland, in Germany, wherever. We are producing the complex solutions for the retail. So the hardware like cashier desk, like all of the shelves, refrigerators, everything that helps retail to sell. Moreover, the last mile, the postomats, all of the warehouse solutions, everything that helps retailer to be successful. So if we speak today how I see the future, then I will start with a global range. I am a very strong optimist in this, and I usually was helped with it by my life. I do believe that in 20 years everything's going to be okay with the humankind. So the humankind will not get into war, into a global war. That finally we will find a way to stop the global climate change. And we will still continue dealing with the global complex retail solutions. But if we speak on retail, currently we are the participants of a very deep discussion, a very thorough discussion in our sphere. Because of the development of the online technologies, we see on what fast pace it is developed, 20%, 30% of growth. Even though when the simple offline retail, the simple shops are now showing only 2 or 3%, and this is the record for that. And the question is whether the people are going to go to the shops in the future. How do you believe? What do you believe? That's a very interesting question. And the owners of the retail and trade networks are asking whether they should close the shops already, or whether they should just change something. So I can give a forecast for these people. Do not worry, my friends. In the future, retail will still be alive. We won't have the offline retail, online retail. Will be just one single ecosystem in the future, when you'll be able to receive the goods on a very fast pace directly to your house. And if we can have this brave imagining, so like with the help of Hyperloop, you will have your parcel delivered from America in hours, or with the help with a special infrastructure that isn't like Hyperloop. From the delivering center, it will be delivered to your apartment in 5 or 7 minutes. And we can just imagine, like, when we made the shops for, the people will go to the shops just to get the emotions, just to get the experience. The shops will turn into the theater-like, performance-like spaces, a social space. You will go there to learn something new. Just imagine the shop that can change its specificity every week, on a weekly basis. Just imagine that with the help of the technologies of the VR or AR, you can create the atmosphere of some specific countries. And, for example, represent Japan in this space. You enter into this space, you travel around, you see the images, you see the immersive reality, the taste, the smell, the goods. You can participate in the workshop of a super cool sushi chef. And then you can eat it, buy it, go back to your house, and in the day off, this shop will be extended, and with the help of the modern technologies that we're currently developing, it will be turned into the super playground, and you can come and join your kids to play a virtual reality game when you'll be shooting, I don't know, aliens, for example. And this is something that will happen in the shops of the future. But Peter, just a small question, because whether you were thinking about it when we were discussing the moment of your picture of the future before we discussed it before the panel, you haven't mentioned all of it. Well, to be honest, I was just like imagining, but not now. But this is not a real picture. You know, I've even got my breath a while when you were talking about it. You know, guys, we are for 24 years in the business, so we grew out of the very primitive technologies in the small garage to 3 big industries where we have 3,000 people working. When we represent the goods and we sell our goods and services to the many countries of the world. But the question is, what's going to happen in the future? Whether we will have the cashier desk, but we provide the cashier boxes. So what should we do? We think of how should we change? What is the change that has to happen, and how to get our future faster? We don't want to wake up in the future. We want to set the trends, but not just to follow the trends. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Peter. And you've loaded the bridge to the next picture of the future. Yevgen Utkin, and I would like to ask you the question whether we need the cashier desks. Remember the story when Motorola and Nokia were fighting for the flip telephone. So they were fighting for the best flips, but then we got the smartphones breaking the phones. Remember when Fuji and Kodak, they wanted to dominate in the film market, but then out of sudden we have the digital photo and digital video in place. Well, there's something like this happened in your life where you haven't seen before your eyes, like the new technology coming up, but you're struggling to keep on fighting for something old to dominate in this field. Whether it ever happened to you? You know, when something that you have described this as the picture of the time we're living. Unfortunately, you know, we have given this hot water, and thus everything has changed in Ukrainian mentality. You know, when we didn't have the hot water event in Kyiv, we didn't have it for the last 3 months. The municipal hot water, we used to have a lot of more ideas coming when we didn't have the hot water in place. Because everything that has been happening for the recent 10 years, and Ilya has mentioned it about the quantum leaps, and this is something that is happening. You know, we have this disruptive technologies. 10 years ago, we've been living in some framework, and now we're trying to think out of the box. And unfortunately, someone is now trying to get our country in some kind of a 19th century frame. The frame is now breaking apart. There's something that is happening in the world. So I believe we live in the right place, in the right time. And Vasily, thank you very much for this platform and the other platforms that you do, because we have this possibility to think out of the box, to talk out of the box about the future. And everything that Peter has described, like 10 years ago, I have seen in Finland, in Helsinki. So I have seen a thing like that in one of the one of the districts in Helsinki that was already there. It was delivered like this. So the world is now running into the future. The world is already in the future now. This is something that happens now. So if we speak about the future, I believe that this break of the frame, this break of the box is something that is important for me. And I was used to do gymnastics, and we had this free program and we had the obligatory program in place, and all of these figures that we should have done in gymnastics, that was all just the same. It was all very homogeneous. If you take a look at everything that is being done in this sphere, it's absolutely unimaginable. So people have no limits. People have no borders. The person have made a jump out of stratosphere. They have jumped without the parachute and have landed into some kind of hammock. It's everywhere around us. It used to be in the technologies. The technologies used to be changing, but now it's done everywhere. The technologies are everywhere. They're widespread. They're like air. And we have the new approaches, new business models emerging. We used to vote. We used to get the taxi by just by picking up our hand and the car that stopped. But somehow in San Francisco we had another company like Uber starting, and they make it more comfortable for us. And we were resting in Crimea, then we had the Airbnb, and they started a different model. Why? Because they was thinking out of the frame, out of the box. And this thinking out of the box is something that is the most important thing. And Ukraine has a very important advantage in this. And I have another template for that, but you can actually describe some kind of a country where you would like to say, okay, then I will then turn to conversation about the future. I would like to continue it by saying, because I've caught the wave, well, please, just keep an eye for Milinsky for not starting to over-talking you. Now, Vasily is here as a very tolerant person. He actually creates the spaces for people like we are, for the people who can actualize their potential in here. But business about business. Now we are turning the approach to business models. What used to be business? Well, you are working hard in some place, you make money some way, and you earn money. And you earn this money, and you understand that this money are just the general mediation between you and the implementation of your artistic potential. So the money is some kind of applause. So people applaud and you get some money for that. So Mark Zuckerberg, he goes to another point, like the most important thing, the best invention of Facebook. And we have the new social engineering in place. And I would like to say that in future we will have no money, because without these intermediaries that help us to get this money, to do something with this money, and they take some commission out of us, this is an important moment. Something that the person does is going to turn into a different moment. So how is going to be happening? It will be in the implementation of the human potential. For the people doing something, it will be like the person who gets some of the power. The next business model, the next big thing that is going to appear in the planet Earth after Facebook, that has 2.5 billion of population in Facebook, after Apple, that's going to be on the intersection of this new paradigms. So I see the future as this, and I see strongly big potential here in Ukraine for the further development and in Kyiv. Thank you, Evgeny, but you have, round of applause for Evgeny. You mentioned Uber. You mentioned Uber, but if we once again transfer it to Ukrainian company, why it happens in Ukraine that you put a pinpoint in Ukraine, the driver cannot reach you 15 minutes, and they say, like, it took me the other way. So that is why the question next for Vasily Khmelnytsky, who at one of the panels yesterday has mentioned, if you have incompetent team, the team that is not ready to study, non-professional company, then you will lose, no matter how much money you invest. But Vasily, question to you. How should we create those competitive and competent teams to create the future with them? Well, first of all, Evgeny has said, expressed gratitude for the forum, and I would like to express my gratitude to Evgeny and all of you for joining me at this forum, because it's not about the organizers to create the forum. The forum is created by the people who come to the forum. So thank you very much to all of the people who joined us here, all of the businessmen, all of the entrepreneurs who joined us here. And our platform has been created for all of us to communicate with one another, to make you even more successful. What can we say about the future? You know, I'm asking the same question to myself all the time. What is the future that is going to us? I even bought the book, What's Next? But I do believe that this author who makes the forecast, because, you know, he doesn't know the future, he was only forecasting. But I do believe that you want to hear some kind of a technology that is going to be very demanding, very in time in 20 years. But even if I knew what kind of technology is going to be, I will not tell you. And I will give you an example. A year ago, the Unit Factory, we have the university that prepares the young talents. A guy stands up and he said, Vasily, you know, you're speaking about the future. So please tell us, Bitcoin will grow or fall? Should we buy Bitcoin or no? And but just think about me, and I would say, like, buy, it will grow. Well, imagine what was the responsibility that we took. Okay, it grew, but then fell. It increased, but then decreased. The technologies, they grow and fall. And in 20 years, we will see thousands of technologies. And the most important thing and the biggest problem currently is to create the team that will understand the trends, that is self-educated and this agile and flexible, and then can catch the technologies that are important and relevant, and then change it, shift it to other technologies, and swiftly and agile, and to be that agile to move forward. So the main moment is to create the teams that are going to be trainable, educatable. We are constantly going to be competitive with the technologies, and we're going to have to adapt to it. But there's one more trend that I want to outline, and I do believe that you will outline it also. We have 600 or 500 people in the room, experienced, wise, smart, professional people with the average age of 40. But we don't have young people, not a lot of young people. Take a look around. We don't have a lot of young people. We have some young people in the room, but not that much. You know why? Because the young people are different. They think in a different way. They buy in a different way. They communicate in a different way. And however wise we are, however experienced we are, we have to learn from them. We have to study from them, how they consume, how they buy. Otherwise, we will produce the watches that no one wears, only us. And sometimes we will follow our goals. And temporarily, we will be effective in what we do. Like, even with my experience, I should have get back to the desk and learn from the younger generation, to learn how they think, how they see the world, how they buy. And I believe that in future, we're going to have to do it more and more frequently, because it's not just the world space that is fast, it's accelerating, it's getting more and more speed. So if you would like to be successful, use the new technologies, create the most powerful team that you can. Learn yourself, educate yourself, work with self-education and self-learning. Do the best examples. Go ahead, fail, and stand up and do it once again. Please prepare your questions. In 10 minutes, you will have the opportunity to ask all of the questions that you have. We will have some specific questions. There's the 2 blocks, but please do not present your ideas in order to sell them, in order to Utkin or the other people to buy it, for them to invest the money into you. Sometimes it happens, but then again, another question that arises, the different questions to you. And the question is like this. You know, the people came here to understand the toolkits, but, you know, Vasily has said we won't give you the technologies and toolkits because I cannot promise you it will work. But then again, summing up the first block of our discussion, we understand that this out-of-the-frame thinking, professional team, imagination, singularity, that is something that is needed to be in place. And we are still dealing with this fantastic writing. And this is the main point as the jump into reality. If we speak about the risks of creating the watches that the young people will never buy, and Evgeny has mentioned this likes, the person that gets its like, it's the new monetization is the like. Just recently we had the the aircraft company article, and Google is already giving the advice of the people where to buy cheaper of the so-called delayed flights. Google is now working on the app that will offer you delayed flight based on the delayed flight histories and the forecasting, and the people will actually trust Google more. This is the client-orientedness. And what do we get with this client-orientedness? Yes, you, Ilya. So please, and have you been? You must have been a little bit overtaken. I'm just trying to figure out where it's going to take us. What can I say? You know, trying to understand, trying to figure out in what segments, what will lead us where. This is a pleasant and fun thing, but on the other hand, a question: what can we practically do with this? Just a couple of statements. The first moment, in real time, you start to understand what is going on, and you start to understand that everything that you knew before is irrelevant. So you have to study real time. And if we speak about practically, then your investment into self-education today, this time, this moment, it would actually, like 20% of your time has to be spent on understanding how it works in my profession, how it works in the world, with what tools the person can learn to use. How can we use it, whether this is artificial intelligence or whether this is technologies for the artificial language recognition. So we're coming up to another point. Forget everything that you knew before. Check the world in real time, learn in real time, because the blogs, the conversation, the universities, the educational programs, they're already outdated, they're obsolete. And either you invest it into this skill and you invest in it and you understand that you're lagging behind already. I'm not actually investing, I'm not inventing the bicycle right now and inviting the wheel. But you have to spend 1/5 of your time for the observation and education. That's okay, in what spheres to move forward? If we speak about you as a person that invests in startup at the early stages, what are the main directions of the reality and future people come with to you? So the people offer you something. These are the young people who are not using the watches. So they want to replace the state and public systems. They want to resolve ecological problems, economic problems. Maybe, I don't know, some of the people are very anarchic believers, because when we have discussed it with Ilya, he said that they've had a startup that would resolve the traffic situations. Absolutely. When I follow the situation on Ukrainian roads, and we have more people dying in traffic emergency, in traffic catastrophes than in other countries. Okay, maybe I can list out a couple of directions that dramatically changed the world. For example, in 2018, 2017, 2018, Vasily has mentioned Bitcoin, and we're speaking about the crypto economics and tokenization overall. I can speculate a bit that blockchain currently is the internet in 1994. It seems like technologies are alike, but technologies so dramatically change everything that 10 or 15 years in the future from now, the structures as the state authority, as social system, financial system are going to be dramatically changed, built on this system. So the so-called crypto economics, I'm just going to call it like, it's very important. It dramatically changes everything. Artificial intelligence, I would say that artificial intelligence is the king of technology. So basically, when you understand what the artificial intelligence is capable to do already, when you understand what the aspects are here and how to do it dramatically and faster, how can the people can help you to resolve the main technology. If investment, so in just share of a second to get the satellites, see the fields, whether they're all ready to harvest, whether there's some crisis in place, what kind of the yield they were going to gather, so you can buy the futures for the agricultural products the same very moment. And even before someone can actually understand something is going on, then you understand the possibilities and the new dramatic change and the new fundamental change, and how can you do a lot of things more effectively. You're frightened a bit, but the next thought that it goes to you, that the people who will know how to work with this artificial intelligence, and it's a hard task, because everyone say that even the language of communication with the artificial intelligence has to be 10 times more complicated than the person-to-person communication. The programmers will understand me. When you're writing the code, there's no moment for the dubious moments and There's no moment for the multi-sensual and multi-meanings things. So the tool as the human language cannot be used for the computer communication. And if, for example, if we speak about the very specific things, and if we speak about the skills, I do believe that the interface technologies, the skill, the self-skill of how to learn, how to tell the computer what you want, for the computer really to understand, not to make it abstract, like I want this or this, it would be better if with that. This is very complicated, but it leads you to the unbelievable feedback. But not to get into details, the crypto economy and artificial intelligence are the two important spheres that in 10 or 20 years from now will change dramatically everything. Artificial intelligence, so we are getting a little bit too fantasizing. We see a little bit back. In 1968, we have the Space Odyssey by Stanley Kubrick, and you remember there was HAL 9000. There was this absolutely mesmerizing phrase, "Sorry, Dave, I'm sorry, I cannot do that." That was the breakthrough, that the robots can make their own decisions, decisions that were not programmed before. And all of these scientific magazines are now speaking about the artificial intelligence and how we should cope with this. And it's important that the artificial intelligence will not only follow the algorithm, they will be able to find their own decisions. So the question to you, Petra, I remember that your name is Petra, but you know, I'm thinking because you've already described main fears of yours, but let us think in a different way, thinking about the toolkit that you're using here, being here in the reality, but understanding what future awaits for you as a retailer. What do you do? Not to get frightened, not to get afraid of the artificial intelligence coming your way. Well, honestly speaking, the thing that the world is changing, we see more and more digital technologies coping with the biggest part of our life, and we understand that in our sphere, the effectiveness will be built on the three factors. And one of the factors was, first of all, the robotization, because there is a sustainable trend of robotization in place. The workforce is getting more and more expensive and the qualification is decreasing. Thus, the wage increases, the qualification falls. And I do believe that the robotic technologies, the robots, are the way out from this situation, the main solution out of it. But for robots to work in a good way, for them not to be mistaken also, we have to have good management in place. And the artificial intelligence here is going to help us, is going to be very helpful. In our company, we have designed two projects, the robotization and the artificial intelligence, and we're developing in this direction. Even though we are those sustainable industrial producers, let us say, we produce the hardware, but 2 years ago, we created the innovation department, the X department, Department X, and we started to search for the problem solutions for one client. The client wanted their equipment to be smart, for them in a real-time regime to give the information what was sold, when was sold, under what conditions it was sold, and whether something that should have been sold was delivered to the needed clients. And accidentally or like non-accidentally, when you want something, you will definitely find it. You know, you will have this providence that will give you the opportunity to do that. We have found young people, absolutely young people, who have written a neural network for us that has already been tested out, beta tested in some known companies all over the world, and it shows the best results. So first of all, in order to make future closer, we have to find these young people, young smart people. We have to motivate them. The second point, we should not find the solutions for the problems that, like, we don't know whether there is a need in these problem solutions. We are now collaborating with our clients, and they give us a clear understanding of what they're afraid of, what their visions are, and based on their experience, based on their ideas, based on the knowledge that we have, based on the problem solving, to give them the solution of solving their problem. And we tell them the understanding whether this technology and startup will go. So, okay, the question from the young people for Vasily Khmelnytsky. So you've been speaking about developing the team and young specialists, young professionals, but we have the tendencies for the lifespan to increase. So people change a couple of professions through their lifetime. But how to deal with this moment, with the people who are not 25 years old already? Do you see the prospects for the development of your team with the people who are older than 25 years and who will change a couple of professions and fields of expertise in a couple of years? Okay, guys, I think I will ask you a question. Please tell us, if we speak about the future strong army, or if we speak about a super cool medical services, healthcare services, or if we speak about the ecosystems, what has to be done today to make it good in future? Who's ready to answer? Who's ready to answer? Please raise your hand, and our beautiful ladies will help you with the microphone. So, okay, whether we have questions and answers in place? Well, everything is quite simple. My name is Anton Helovashenko. I am the creator of the robotized exoskeleton. So for the strong army and strong healthcare service, it has to be the implementation of the robot techniques, because already we have the robot surgeons that can provide surgeries with the direction of the surgeons, of the surgeries who are, and for the strong army, we speak about the drones that can scan any kind of desert, Afghanistan, Iraq, any kind of, like, okay, do not describe all of it, but just like do not describe these things to the people who create it, because, you know, it can be a long list of it. Just give us an understanding of what you want to say. You know, you've said that this is something that can work on, but then again, well, I meant something different. For us to have the super healthcare and super good army, we need to change the education. Who will join the strong army in the future? Who will be managing the surgeries in the future? Who will create the ecosystems in the future? We need to change the education system today. The education system is being dramatically changed in the world. You understand that in university, in 7-8 years, you're starting to study one thing, but when you graduate, the technology have changed. And I would like to give you an example. In Unit City, we have the Unit Factory, we have the university, the Unit City, and we have students studying for 2 years. We create new formats. We have created the new format of the IT professional. So they already been working with the practical knowledge. They start working with the cases. They need to go to practice in some team. They need to go to the apprenticeship for one team. And after these 2 years, they deeply understand what they're doing in their sphere, and they have the practical experience. But what is even more important thing is what they've did. For the best students, we broke them into groups, and we're giving them the very narrow security course, the very narrow, very directed big data and blockchain course. And we want them to have not just alumni, not the personalities, but the teams that will be directed on problem solving. And we have a very good example, a very good success story, because 4 months ago we have created a school on big data, and now we have 4 months. We have an investor joining us. We have created the team that already can find the best solutions for the problem. And the investor, I'm not going to give you the direct figure, but they've paid 10 times more compared to the money that we have invested. This is something that is in a big demand. So when we speak about education, then we can not only teach people how to do, but we can already create the product out of them. We can give them the team that will solve the problems inside of the country and all over the world. This is the new approach in education. And, you know, I'm not the state, and I cannot change the whole education overall. But, you know, Vasily, if it was possible for part of the taxation to give into the educational system, not to build it separately in Unit City, not to build this like separate educational state, but how could you be proud if you had this possibility to dedicate it to the educational system? I'll be honest, even if we want to build up one school or one university, it will not change the situation. There has to be the state powerful program to do that. The most important person who promotes the system, the person has to understand the processes deeply. Because I will tell you that the young, talented people, they're now looking for the possibility to get good salaries. And I believe that the Ministry of Education, you know, that is not that, I don't know, attractive to work in the Ministry of Education, but I believe that the main aim of the state, the main aim of the state is to create, the main priority is to develop the educational system, #1 priority. You know, I don't know what the technologies are going to be like in 20 years, but I will be sure that we'll have super strong army, good healthcare, and good ecosystem if we'll have the good education in place. Yevgeny Utkin, you wanted to add something? Yes, I wanted to reflect on the topicality of the artificial intellect, robotization, automatization, and speaking on Google and so on and so forth. You know, a very simple question of the new generation. You asking Google, does God exist? A very simple question you ask Google. I believe everything is being developed on a spiral basis. So if the person asks Google, then tomorrow the person will again turn to nature for us asking the same questions. Why? Because the struggle with the artificial intelligence, fighting against artificial intelligence, is inevitable, because artificial intelligence is also inevitable. And in this fight, the person will win, and the human will win, because the humans has to have motivation. Humankind has to have motivation, and the main motivation for humankind is survival. And soon, as a humankind, we will be at this threshold of surviving, because the artificial intelligence, with all of the positive things, what does the artificial intelligence do? You know, as a person who has been dealing with this issue for 40 years, the artificial intelligence just takes us the average. So all of these bastards, these crazy people, crazy talented people, the artificial intelligence makes them average. It takes it to the average. Thus, with everything that we have in place, artificial intelligence has a lot of positive, but the general population is going to get dumber. So speaking on what Ilya has told us about the music that is now composed by the computer, this is the pop music, low-quality pop music that gets our society by the TV, by the artificial intelligence and the media. Thus, the humankind, and as Vasily have said, and I really enjoyed it when you've said it yesterday about the technology and arts, when we had this performance like the people from the future, all dressed in whites. I really loved it when you've said it, that the art is now our lifeboat, our life vest, when the humankind can survive and the humankind can be saved, because we will say goodbye Google quite soon. Goodbye Google will be quite soon, because Google is already time that have passed. Even the type of monetizing and capitalizing Google, as in all of the other big companies, through advertisement, is something that is actually ruining our creativity. This commercial and advertisement that kills it all. So I'm very optimistic about the future, and I'm very optimistic about these processes. Why? Because we speak on cryptocurrencies, we're speaking about blockchain. How did it all get up? How did it was created? It came up out of this, because the more developed countries, the more, let us say, fed countries, they have no problems. You go there, you get into the bank, everything what you want with a 2% of interest. And we don't have it. And it's cool. It's cool that we have that bad weather and we're still playing football with a stronger competitor, with a stronger technique, and we will win because we have more creativity in place. You know, I'm not saying it as a motto or as a slogan, but yeah, you can afford to have a slogan. The people will follow you. Now, what I meant to say, that it's already in place. It already happens now, and. Okay, I'll just stop at this point, I guess. But speaking on the artificial intelligence is cool. It's cool, but it stimulates humankind to work further. It stimulates humankind for the most important things, for the overcoming of the spirits over the body. Because the body, it will live for this 120 years. But the problem is in here. And those problems, the artificial intelligence creates additional challenges and problems. And at some point, it will be a critical point, and our answer should be, because the humanity will survive. This is something I believe in. You know, Zhenya, when you have said the overall, the society is getting dumber, have you meant someone peculiar, someone specific? Like, give us the names, Evgeny, thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us that we have the outer world. Because, you know, we're laughing here, but then again, people, if you have been to Catalonia, the Montserrat Monastery, then you have seen what is the amount of the things that the people, what the people live, that every week they live a lot of things to pay. So in Ukrainian research, they show that people strongly believe some kind of, I don't know, homeopathy or the grasses than the artificial intelligence. But we know there are different people in here, but we have to deal with the general public. And please, couple of questions from the audience. Who is ready to ask the question? Who is ready to give us an understanding why should be built in this country? Maybe we will have some question out of it. How should we build? The state is being resistant to blockchain. The state is very slow. The educational system has only been changed only slightly. We have a lot of cons for that. Everyone has said that we have a huge potential in Ukraine, and we have a lot of talent here in Ukraine. But it feels like we have just struck in some time loop. We know everything is good, but we cannot break free for us to all become Elon Musks. What should we do? Okay, the answers, the questions from the audience. We still, dear ladies, please come up to us. Please hold your hand. We've lost you already. Can I have a question? I have the mic here now. So can I have the mic? Yes, here I am. Andrei from Ukravid company. You know, we do know that it's not a problem to enter the future, think about something new. The problem is how to utilize the past. Not only how to utilize the plastics, but all of the other moments, but how to utilize, it's a very important question, how to utilize the people, what to do with the people. Okay, you know, we can sometimes utilize the people. Who is ready to answer this question? Maybe the person who has specific action with the hardware. Petro, can I address this question to you? Okay, dear friends, when we're now saying what should we do with the people when the robots will come and replace us, we're not afraid of it. We're not afraid of it because the current trend is very fast and developing. And our comrades, they're now leaving abroad to work for the foreign companies, and we understand that, we understand it's a problem. We know that we have the lack of people on one hand, but on the other hand, for the people not to leave of the country, we are now doing everything in our country to keep the people in Ukraine and working with us. When we say we're competitive in the international market for the brains, and to be competitive with the Silicon Valley for the best programmers is really hard, because this is the center. And our recipe is you should create your own centers, your own hubs that will actually attract people. And this is what we're doing in our, let us say, provincial city, but the small city in Ukraine, in Volyn district, in Volyn region. We did everything in our power. We have people coming from many different regions of Ukraine coming to work with us. But Peter, tell us what it is. The possibility to train, good salary, the possibility to visit, like, I don't know, Shatsky resort every month. What was your main attraction point? What was your competitive advantage? I will tell you that we have created unique corporate culture. You know, Modern Expo is not about money. It's about something more. We really dream to make the world a better place, and we have chosen the retail as one of the ways to change the world for better. And when the people come to us, the talented people come to us, when they see it works, like, for example, we've changed retail in Ukraine, and we move forward. But now when we're launching cool products, and we start to be competitive with the US startups, and we are already being competitive with the USA startups, and they know that you can be here, working here, enjoy your work, and receive the wages. So it's not about the state, it's about the specific employer and building up this corporate state in your own industry. We have more questions. Okay, you already stood up. Sergei Padiko from the UBR Holding. I would like to support Vasil Khmelnytsky when he said that we are now creating the future with education. Everyone else should leave. No, I'm joking. But again, the question will be to all of the panelists. What we have now and what we currently have, it was the education that was built up yesterday. So shouldn't we just take away the state out of the education, just to get it as an instrument for the dissemination of the taxations for the people who cannot afford to have the straw? I will go on hunger strike, but I will try to work harder, but I won't get my children to the free school. So we will address it to Vasily and Ilya, because the people knows the startups that help you to mitigate the role of the state. Whether with this real idea to take down the state, well, you know, the creativity, the new approach, the new wave, it's something that is very interesting, but let us sincerely take a look on what is interesting for the child to come to school. So if we build up a school and we will take the computers there and they will be playing games all day long, they will go to school joyfully. So even the kid, they should overcome some of the challenges to study, and sometimes it's not being done voluntarily. So there has to be the laws, there has to be discipline in place. We have to create the conditions for the child to be interested in that. Because if we have, working with our partners, for example, we have we have a boy who was running in front of us, and you know the boy falls, but and my partner, he picks up the boy and he said, I'm asking, what are you doing? I'm helping. You know, this is the child. The child has to stand up on their own. The child has to face this challenge on their own, but they will then know how to overcome the challenges. Another example, for example, when you're coming with the child to a shop, like, for example, you're the father and your child wants to have a toy and the child starts to cry, I want this toy. So what do? We're getting a bit relaxed, and if someone actually says, but you know, your kid is crying, why won't you buy this toy? And of course, we're going to buy this toy. You know how the brain works for both the adults and children? As soon as the person understands you can cry out a bit and get a toy, this is a problem. But if for the second time you will do the same thing, the child will think the same thing for the rest of its life, that you should cry and you will receive something in the end. And I do believe that the state has to use the new technologies all together with the businesses, maybe together with some kind of Western experts, because we have a lot of experts in the world. But still, it has to be made by the rules, it has to be effective for the country, and it has to be effective for us as parents in the education sphere. Okay, Ilya, your variant, whether the state should participate in the education. When you speak without the microphone, we cannot hear your question. We cannot hear your question if you speak without the microphone. Okay, you're not alone. We'll go to you quite clear. So, Ilya, please maybe add something or maybe just agree something to. Well, first of all, I wouldn't do any kind of dramatic change because the experience says that the revolution will never lead to good. You have to evolution. Like the evolution is the only answer. But I would like to take a look at the two different approaches to education, the American model and the European model. The American model is private education, private and fee-based education. If we take a look at the university cycle, then it will cost you around $250 million. It's not Harvard, Berkeley, Stanford. This will be just the average education. And the first mortgage that the person takes in their life is the university loan. It can be comparable to a flat or a car. There's a lot of money. And the instruments, there are tools for giving people this money, but then again, this is the loan for the person in a very private and so commercial-oriented system. The main aim for the education is to show the future student, the future university student, that we will give you the knowledge that will help us to build up this investment in 3 or 5 years, to return this investment. Like if you go for the non-qualified labor, you will receive this money, but if you go to the highly qualified, you get 150,000, the difference in 100, then you will 1,000, so in 4 years you can return your credit. This is a very commercial, private-oriented model. It's super effective in providing the effective results. It is super effective in having the high-quality jobs that will then create huge additional value. But there is a small problem that the Europeans do not agree with. They say that the education is not a commercial tool. It's not an instrument of the economics. It's an instrument of creating principle in new people, individualities, personalities. You have to give them the fundamental different values, to be a different man, communicate in a different one. The people who have graduated universities, they understand that the highly educated person is not working in a better way. It's an equality different person. They communicate in a different. They have different mentality. That was the Europeans say that this is the secondary aim for us, to give them the instruments to earn money. We will provide the qualitatively different people, because we cannot speak about the whole of the academia as a commercial tool. So I do believe that if we partly can have the private capital in the university, but we are following the different goals. Philosophy-wise, the combination of these two approaches will be the right one, because both of them have some minuses, have some weak points, and I do believe that the balance between the private-owned education and state-funded education, this is something very important. If we find this balance in between these two systems, there will be the right solution in place. Okay, the small thing that has just happened, two speakers sitting at this panel have reminded us that we have a very good reason to live in this country in the world. We have the Susantas in this country, I have the microphone already. Can I ask a question? I already have the mic in place. Well, let us get. I haven't seen that you've been given with a microphone, so let us start with this side, and then we get to your side. Good day. My name is Vyacheslav. I am the senior trainer of the Motor Spirit Motorbike Club, and we're speaking about future today. And I would like to have the precise question about sports. Like, for example, I would like to create brand, and you know that the UFC brand. Whether we have this future in this brand, or what do you see the future for the sports? So yeah, we were speaking about the artificial intelligence, but the very simple thing is sport. Evgeny, you ready to answer? You know, I've been working with sports for the whole my life, and I believe that it is a part of our life, and this is something that I've already mentioned, that this has to be harmony in our life, the harmony between the body and spirit, and I'm absolutely sure that the sport, as we have already been speaking about the UFC, and this is a super cool sports and a super cool project that has to be developed, and I'm completely sure that every person in this life will do sports in their life and making the sport more popular. Well, the only thing I would like transfer the marathons from Krishati to Trukhanov Islands, because, you know, but what about promoting the sports? Promoting the sports for the people who have never done sports. Yes, I am for the promotion of sports, but I'm against the, I don't know, making it like let us say the pop music, like whether like you work there, but the 5 kilometers is 5 kilometers. This is, well, you know, you have great future. You have great future, and as far as I understand, you are doing it in a very good way for the recent 2 or 3 years, and a lot of things are like the Bosphor Marathon. You know that the second team after Turkey, there was the Ukrainian team on the number of the people who participated, the people who actually got through the Bosphorus with the last 200 meters against the current, which was super cool. Okay, the question from this side. Okay, the question on the artificial intelligence, and I'm really happy that I can address you, I can address the dearest speakers, because the speakers are in some way defining the future for the further development of the technology. Let us say it like this. There are two different concepts in the world, and they're now defining in what way will the high-tech be delivered on. The first concept is that the artificial intelligence is smarter than the human brain is. So currently we have the specific tests in place. The technologies, the Google technologies are now coming up, whether the person cannot define whether they're speaking with the artificial intelligence or with the person. The next thing will be the creativity of the IE. The first concept has a very specific risks, like creating scenarios, developing the scenarios, especially diverting the sphere of life in the specific direction. The second approach is the artificial intelligence as the aider, the helper of the person, of the human. That the robots and the artificial intelligence should not be smarter or wiser than the person is, than the human is, and they should follow the scenarios of the development of the life and the society whatsoever. So I'm interested in the opinion of our panelists. In what way do you believe the artificial intelligence technology should be developed, at least in our country? What is the most productive way, in your opinion? And the second thing about the education, I do agree that it happened in our country, that the country is really rich in talent in the IT sphere, but what mechanisms can be created in place for our brains not to be drained, for them not to be leaving Ukraine, for them to keep on creating the projects in here? Okay, thank you very much for the question. We will answer the last question because we don't have a lot of time. But Evgeny, well, first of all, we don't have the national business. We don't have the national businesses for many years already. We don't have borders in the world, so it's let us say it's a 19th century to say that we have some kind of Ukrainian business, domestic business in place. Speaking of not training the brains, and we do understand that we now have the competition for the brains and struggle for brains, but the project, as Vasily does, if we scale it, then it will help us to improve the self-actualization of this brain and self-realization of these brains here. But you should actually try, like, why did the Silicon Valley appear? there was some kind of a catalyzer, there was a catalyst as the state order. There was a possibility to reach the resources, and in some time the person could get self-actualized in full, to become a billionaire even. So basically in Ukraine we should create a demand on that, and then we will have it all in place. Speaking on whether the first or the second scenario, whether we'll have something else, like as I've already said, it's useless. Artificial intelligence is very good, but not a single computer, not a single cloud service, and all together, it will never understand what love is, what creativity is, what music is, what is the big music is. They will never do that. And this is our space, and we should hold on to this. Okay, Ilya Laurs, because we have to let Ilya go, and because otherwise he will be late for the plane. But Ilya, you know, like what? Can you give me the answer? Like what precise question? Like, you know, I'm communicating with one of the Stanford professor on the IE topic, and we have discussed it in the February this year, and he told me a little bit of bad things, that for the recent 4 years, the people, they do not understand on what construct the artificial intelligence is thinking. So, you know, the second way that has already been said by you, like it is in place, something's going on, but we do not understand what is going on. We have already past this point. On experts, I am from Lithuania, by the way, and I do believe that this problem of the mind drain and the mind flow was very acute, but it has now decreased from 4 million of people up to 3 throughout the recent 10 years. It's a very significant number. This is a very complicated topic for us, sensitive topic for us. When the Lithuania opened the borders, then a lot of experts, they went out of the country, but now in the recent 2 years they're coming back. They're coming back. The openness of the world is now got us to the understanding that the people are coming back. The balance is now for the people coming back. It's not rocket science, as the English people say. When you create the system that will work, when we have the rule of law, the system when the rule of law is the main, when there is no any additional premises to do everything in dark or to do something illegally, this ecosystem is clear, comprehensible, and seen. The basic things, the so-called basic hygiene for the people will get back to work. The people have the sentiments, the people have the patriotic feelings. So initially, the person would like to work in their country, to create something good for their country. This is the main premise. If the conditions are very discomforting, then the person will flee. But then again, on the basic conditions, the people will get back. And I would like to say that I'm really proud for Latvia, because we're now working on engaging the people, attracting the people, but not getting them out. So, okay, your round of applause for Ilya Laurs, the head of the venture fund. If you have some startups in place, then he will help you to find the investment for the startups. He will support you and direct you. Ilya, thank you very much. We don't want you to be late for the plane. Ilya, thank you very much. Ilya is being quoted by Bloomberg, the Wall Street Journal, Forbes. So basically, his articles and his comments you can find in all of these editions. I will only just add up to your question, and I will pass it to Vasily Khmelnytsky. A couple of years ago, Vasily, maybe it was a year ago, at one of the forums you said that you cannot be competitive with the representatives of the Google when you support Ukrainian students with a scholarship, and the Googles at the first course, they already offer them the written future. So in what way you're still trying to move forward in answering the question how to live in the country where we experience a lot of brain drain and a lot of people live in the country? Okay, good question. But I would like to add up to the question on sports. Sports is not only interesting and good for your health, it's actually profitable. The person who has 30 minutes exercises twice a week, his brain is working better in 15%. So the person is 15% more competitive than the person who doesn't do sports. So doing sports is profitable, and I would recommend it to everyone. Then again, on the brain drain and the people live in the country, let us be very practical in this dimension. The people are looking for the new opportunities. In order to get them to stay in the country, what we should speak, which may speak about the patriotic feelings, about the sensitive feelings that we needed. If we need investors, then we should create the conditions for the good investment. We should create this condition not just because we need the investments. If we speak about the young people, we need to create the conditions for them to know know why they should work here. And they will not only leave then, but the other young people will come to our country then. And we have a good example of the Unit City. And Unit City, basically, we're creating the new generation of people. We're creating the ecosystem where we're assuming that the people that will receive good knowledge, that it will be faster, profitable for them and interesting for them to work with us. We would like to go to Kharkiv. We would like to go to Lviv. We would like to go to the other cities of Ukraine. And I even have this big idea that in 10, 15 years, we would like to get Ukraine in top 10 most innovative countries in the world. And why I have this idea? Why I have this idea, believe me, I have been traveling to many different countries, but trust me, the talented young people that I have seen in the world, there's not enough of those people in the world. I have all the respect to people in Turkey and in Kazakhstan, but compared to us, they have other super qualities, trade, for example. But we are creative. Just take a look. We go into the Silicon Valley, and every third or fourth person is either coming from Ukraine or Russia, from Dnipro, from Lviv. You know, we even have our own diaspora, our own societies there, but just imagine what will be if they will stay in the country with the knowledge they have and the practice they have, if they come back to Ukraine and start making new products here. So I believe when we're saying do not leave, we have to create the needed conditions for them to be staying here, staying in the country, creating new technologies, using the new technologies, earning money and spending the money in our country. Okay, 2 more questions, but once again, please do not try to be very rhetorical. And I believe that all of the things they want to say, but it has to be brief. Alexei Zhmaranetsky, the political consultant and futurologist, the question on motivation. In the future, there will be a high question on motivation, the high question of what is the sense of life, not even what is the sense of doing something. So you've a little bit stepping up before the future. You're saying about taking out after the survival will, so on and so forth. You want to create a better future, a better education, doing different projects. What drives you? What motivates you? What is the existential motivation? Like, for example, Herzl is motivated by the moments of immortality, to be immortal. So why are you doing what you're doing? What is your driver?
In the name of this forum, and so far we haven't heard anybody.
Мы переведем, да. Вам переведут в наушники. Пожалуйста, Петр, отвечай.
But can you hear me? If you can hear me, if you have the headsets, you might have been hearing me. Okay. So I believe that every person that comes to this world, that we have a mission. And if we have the missions, but you're personal, I believe that it's my mission to create the future and to make everything possible to get a future. I would like to, I fight because I fight. I like it. Evgeny, what motivates you? You know, there's the question of surviving, and I do believe that this is the main question for me. And our planet is now reaching the point when the first thing that used to happen, like, you know, some people were absolutely prosperous and rich, and the 2 or 3% of the Earth's population had all of the wealth of the world. It used to be all the time, but no one knew about it. But now, because of these technologies, we all know about it. We all know about it, whether we have some kind of estate and where it is located, what does it look like. And this is the big difference in the social stress, in the social ladder. The other problem is the ecology. Ecology, everything that happens all around the world. You know, I'm running, I live by Kyiv, and I'm running, jogging every day, and I see the problem with ecology with my own eyes. So this is the so-called social responsibility of the corporate social responsibility. I would like to say goodbye as to all of the other medias, intermediaries, everything that I wanted to say today. The main trend is currently that if without the intermediaries, you can invest your energy, your social capital, and you can turn it into happiness. happiness. Turn it into your own personal happiness. Turn it into the happiness of the people who are around you. And this is the main motivation for all of us. If you are here, you're going to the Raiderska Street and you haven't seen there a skyscraper, but you have seen happy young people that we all have. And this is the main motivation for all of us. This is the main motivation for us to have, because a good person, a happy person, is the most needed profession currently. But Vasily, before you answer, I have another question to Yevgeny, because Yevgeny is the most inspirational speaker. He speaks of love, he speaks of, trees and everybody. But then again, Yevgeny, we're dreaming big now. And you know what future you're heading to, but we still have the reality. And you know as how reality fights back. And how the reality, I have this, the inner waves, the inside waves that is, it have been created between the liquids of different temperatures, and maybe the swimmer has difficulty swimming. So how you fight this inner waves of reality, not to stuck, but to keep on moving forward. When people come to you, the people who do not understand what you're doing with, for example, searches or whatsoever. I was lucky. I've started my business career in '90s, so I know the dictionary, I know the glossary. When the people come to me with demands, I use it. Okay, Vasily, what inspires you? What motivates you? Zhenya says you come to Raiderska Street and you do not see the skyscrapers there, and he takes a look at me. So, Zhenya, but you're not doing the development and construction there. Like, I'm just joking. I'm joking. And, I know this is... I would like to see something nice, because in this city, well, I'm sorry, I apologize for that, but in this city we have the so-called notion, the key of architecture. So the key of architecture is something that is really terrible, but unfortunately, not a lot of people follow your example. I maybe don't know who makes the design. I do know. I know that your projects, they are aesthetic. So they're aesthetically nice. So if you have been created some kind of building at Raiderska Street, you wouldn't have been building there, constructing there, something that already there. But Yevgeny, well, Melitsky will buy out the project. Well, thank you, Yevgeny. I can boast of it, actually. If we build something that we are planning the number of the parking lots, we don't want to get into skyscrapers. But then again, I want to answer the question that was posed by the young man. What drives me? What motivates me? I do know that a lot of people are thinking that I will buy the first million and I will go to Haiti or Hawaii to rest. Like, as soon as you go to Haiti and started resting, then you start to die. Life is constant movement. You should move further. I am driven by big projects, by big ambitions that change the people, change the world, change the image, that create the positive image. That's something that I really enjoy. So whatever I build, whatever I do, I see the new future. I see the new project, bigger, powerful, stronger. I love partnership, and if we have big projects, join me. So you had another question, please. Well, first, I guess it would be interesting to start the discussion about the future with the Buzz Allen. We're only ending this discussion, by the way. But still, Buzz Allen has said that you promised us the gardens at Mars, and we had Facebook. So currently, the world is stagnating because the density of the new technologies that are now changing the world, that we had this dynamics up till 1915. There was a more or less sustainable dynamics. From 1915 to 1971, it was moderate. But with the start of the internet, that's given us the possibility to globalize the company that don't have the technologies like Airbnb, Uber, or whatsoever. That the companies that only get the already existing technologies, they change the world for worse. So all the corporations, they are the sponsors of the future. But based on this global world trend and problem, how can we think about the future? How can we influence the future overall to fight the problems like the cancer or the problems that are really critical. So the cancer, problems with cancers, the green economics, all of the healthcare problems. Wait a second. So the future for you is one big problem. Everything you've said is with more on a negative idea. No, I'm not pointing out I have arguments for that. I have evidence for that. But we can speak of the artificial intelligence in a very long time. But the artificial intelligence is only about the service function. It's something that is not going to change the world. But we're getting to one big problem. Yes, we're getting to one big problem. Okay, let us not change the future, but let us shape the future. Let us create the future. Get creative with the new, approaches. Like, for example, 3 months ago, you wanted to have a mask, but now you have at least like for $300 million. And you don't want to be Elon Musk anymore. So everything has changed.
You can see me. I want to take the opportunity to turn this into the Kyiv Economic Forum, but into the International Kyiv Economic Forum. I think one of the things that I hear and see is that there is, you listen to Evgeny Utkin talk about thinking out of the box, and then you jump back into your box. So let me tell you some of the things as an AI scientist. I've studied AI since I was 18. I'll let you guess how many years that is by just looking at me, but I'm older than these three guys. The first thing is I've never heard anybody talk about the future ensuring that you're going to use AI to have a strong army. Democratization of information is about not needing armies, and if you don't have that somewhere in your head, you will lose. Another thing is, if you study the Roman Empire, you learn about what not to do. And as a Canadian, coming from the University of Alberta in one of the top 3 AI groups in the world, you shouldn't spend so much time mimicking Silicon Valley. It's disintegrating. You can look at all of the signs. So be careful, because what I know about Ukraine, and my grandmother is from Ukraine, is that you have this incredible, enormous talent and passion. That's what has to drive you out of that box. So when you talk about AI thinking, most of it's been what my colleague Andrew Chisholm said is magic thinking. Is you're infecting everybody with a certain kind of enthusiasm, but you need to change the education system to give them the tools. Ukraine has had an incredibly long history of stellar science and mathematics, yet nobody has talked about the word science here. You've only talked about technology and training schools. The person who left early for their airplane said something really silly about Singularity University. I will spend hours helping you understand why that's silly. He also said Berkeley was a private school. It isn't. Canada only has public Canadian universities. That's it. Right? So when you look for solutions out of the box, you must look out of the box. But don't look in all of those same common places you think everybody else is looking for. It won't work. Go to Beijing. Right? Go to Kuala Lumpur.
Thank you. Thank you. Евгений, вы отреагируете?
Thank you. Now you have an international...
Практически четвертый спикер вместо Ильи, да, спасибо.
Basically, we had the 4th speaker instead of Ilya. Well, first of all, thank you very much for...
Absolutely right. You mentioned Singularity University, you mentioned Berkeley, etc. And new ideas nowadays coming not from US, not from Silicon Valley, because Silicon Valley is a great tool to monetize something. But new ideas coming from our place. In Israel, for instance, every second guy, every second employee who works for Israeli company just came from our region. So thanks for your advice, and we are thinking out of the box because we are still survive. So.
Спасибо. Еще 2 вопроса.
Thank you very much. 2 more questions, and because I do believe you will spend this time with speakers like this for a couple more hours, but we still would like to have 2 more questions. Who has the mic? So has the mic, like, you know, our ladies are working with you, so please. Dmitry Zuzula, Smart Farming Company, we're inventing innovations in the agricultural sector. We understand how it is important to formulate the products in Ukraine. We don't know what Vasily is doing for that. We are the residents of Unicity. Thank you very much. We do know what Evgeny does. But once again, the replic, what to do not to get this so magnet there in the specialists. So we understand it. We have to create the demand for the product inside of the country. And the demand for the product has to be formed by the companies, by the agricultural businesses. And the agricultural businesses are now doing it more actively now. But Petro, I would like to turn to you. What are your demands? Where you're heading to? What kind of products can be offered for you from the IT innovators, for you to use it in the future, for you to use it now? Thank you very much for your questions. And I've already said that we, first of all, we are the product company. We have been producing and we've still been offering the hardware solutions. But now we understand that the market needs the mix of the hard and soft technologies and solutions. That is why we don't want to, when I was speaking today about the innovation, about our own neural network for robotechnics, we create products. So when we say what Ukraine is lacking now, when Ukraine is now being the second in the world on the number of the IT specialists, what we need to be the really highly developed country, what we need to get out of the outsource to creating the product company, to create products. What we create in our company, what we create ourselves. First of all, we have the IT specialists that already have created the neural networks, and we're actively working on this. The next step for us, based on our enterprise, we want to create a hub in Volyn region, the hub that is going to be, first of all, the space for us to share the experience. We want to have these training, because one of my specialists for the neurological networks, we want to create the conferences, training for the specialists, for the experts. We already started to organize the co-working and the open space for us, and I do hope that we will present it and launch it in the middle of the next years, when we will tell the experts, friends, we have the product-oriented companies with 1 billion ambitions, so please come to us, work with us. We're doing everything for you to succeed and for you to participate in that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Tetiana, there's one thing I would like to react on, because I'm still terrified by the question that was given by our international colleague. So first of all, when we are speaking about whether the Silicon Valley will fall out, I want also to tell it, because we have to ask all of the people who will flee the Silicon Valley to come to Ukraine. We should take them all. And it's a very good question. It was a very good question that you have posed. But I am the real person, but I'm standing on the ground. But the representatives of academia, they can speak it differently. Whatever we say about the future, we have to live in the reality. We're now building the foundation for the future. We should earn money now. We already have the harvest, the field that will then grow in future, because we won't have this and this and this in future. Maybe it won't, but maybe it will be there. So we have to think about it. I really like this phrase, and I will say it once again. We will never get the past back, but the worries about the future destroy our reality. So let us be successful not in the future, but now, in this moment of time. Nevertheless, Vasily, the last question again to you for today. I know that at your desktop and working table you have the photo of the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lee Kuan Yew. If we are mentioning the state very frequently here, and if we believe that there's a lot of things depending on the state, whether just only the political will was driving this politician that he got the country to this change, or the political will and understanding the mission, the desire to make the world a better place, not only the world of a very specific person, whether this desire, what desire should motivate the leaders of the world, the one who are the masters of the destinies of the world. You know, I was lucky. I've been to Singapore 3 or 5 years ago when I had a meeting with Lee Kuan Yew. And there was an unbelievable meeting. There was a wise and powerful person. But I was surprised by the different thing. There were 3,000 people, very cool entrepreneurs in the room. And when he came in, there was that kind of feeling of respect in the room. And if a fly only flew, it had the sound of a Boeing. But I have never seen any other leader in the world, so the people would have that much respect. But let us take a look. He didn't build a country in 5 years. He built a country systematically in 30 years. But he had a strategy. And we want to have this magic pill. We have this magic pill or a miracle, so our country will be completely different tomorrow. We have to change the mentality. We have to change the approach. We have to build up this long-term strategy for 20 years. Like, we have to understand it, that when we're going to implement the strategy, it will change. The world is changing, and we will change also. And only in that way we can reach the goals, and we can reach the good results and the prosperity for our country. Okay, the last question to all of the panelists. Is it the right way to change country and the world, starting as Petro Polypiuk from building, like, for example, they build hub, they make all of the conditions for their workers to be happy. So you're building your own space that then broadens to the level of the country. Yevgeny, what can you tell us about your own country? So maybe whether it is, should we broaden the circles, or it shouldn't be just one recommendation for all of you? So maybe we'll start with Petro. We'll start with Petro and we'll finish with me. Okay. So everyone, each in turn, whether we should start creating an ecosystem, some kind of space, your own company around yourself, and then broaden your influence. I do absolutely agree that, first of all, you have to start with yourself. And if we will stop waiting for some kind of magic pill, for that someone will come and change something instead of us, the president, the prime minister, whatsoever, we're not waiting for that. We're not expecting that. I change myself, my colleagues change. 3,000 people are being changed and in the real-time regime, and they also influence the changes in the other people. I do believe that we'll have this center of the changes in every region, in every village, in every city, but there has to be the people who change and change the space around them, and then the country will change. Yevgeny, please, your opinions? You know, the two controversial things, but they are important, and important for every person and entrepreneur. So first of all, before you make all the humankind happy, you have to make the people around you happy. That is something undoubtable. And the second thing, that you have to do something that no one else did before you, on the level of the company, on the level of the person, on the level of the country. And if we speak about our mission, the mission of Ukraine in this case, then we have to, and I do understand that it's very, very loud, but we have to find the place where we can be the leaders and champions. You know, how I get my managers to work? Well, my services, well, first of all, we go through the job interview, and then we go to the company where they worked before, and we want to know what the people did. Like, for example, if we did this for the politicians, we want to see everything that every specific politician had done. Well, just imagine it would have been a completely different country if we would evaluate according to the results. Today, we are still waiting for somebody else to do something instead of us. And because was this last question, I just want to wish to all of us not to be waiting for miracles to come, but start doing these creative spaces and companies, creating these companies. And if you'll be lucky and someone will help you, then think about it as some kind of like incentive, a bonus. But in all of the other, it's just for us to make this country a better place. The presidents will come and leave, and Ukraine remains. Ukraine will be here in 5 years and in 50 years. So let us start changing this country ourselves. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of our speakers. Thank you, dear guests, dear participants of the 5th International Kyiv Economic Forum. The lady has said that the future is a big problem, but maybe you're not aware, but the Google company has a specific direction that is working with the solution of the problem of death. So basically, death is just a problem that can be solved, that the people should solve. So we will see all of you, I hope, at the 6th Kyiv International Economic Forum. Before that, let's dream big, let's do sports, and let's believe that life is a big miracle and future is a big miracle, but not a problem. By the way, we had an international blockchain art hackathon. The artists from 11 countries in the technologies of the virtual reality have created an animation film reflecting on the topic of future. And if you would like to stay in the room, we will show you this film. The film will participate in the international animational festivals and showing Ukraine as the country where technologies are one of the main emphases in the economics. Thank you very much. Thank you.